Good evening. Thank you for joining this evening. Welcome to everyone joining online and everyone here present. Please can I ask Democratic Services Officer to read out the housekeeping?
Thank you, Chair. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the fire point in the front of this building in the car park. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can we have any apologies and substitutes for this evening's meeting?
Yes, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Phipps and it looks like Councillor Tarlin is joining us online this evening.
Thank you very much. Although it looks as though he may be on his way, so he may join in person shortly. Good. Councillor Phipps, and sadly, Councillor Phipps, she hopes to join us online. She's had a bereavement, and so I'm sure on behalf of everyone we pass on our thoughts with her and her family. But she's had such consistent interest in this that she wants to try to make it anyway. So we welcome her if she is able to make it, but very much understand if she can't. All right. Do any councillors have any disclosable pecuniary interests or other interests on any items on the agenda? Councillor Slade.
But I resigned from that because Would you like me to repeat that for the record? For the record, and for anyone who may be watching, declaring the interest of being council leader during part of this process, but also as the former chair of Seascape Group until March of this year, which is talked about in the governance of council companies.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think it's probably worth mentioning that I was the chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Board for several of the papers that we reviewed on this going back some time. I'm just very interested. I think I should declare that. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that's helpful to be transparent. I think the roles of many councillors throughout this period is noted throughout the report. All right. With that, shall we move on to public issues? Democratic Services, do we have public questions, statements or petitions?
Yes, Chair. We've received 6 public questions, 3 from Mr. Alexander McKinstry and 3 from Mr. Ian Redman, and 5 statements, 3 from Mr. McKinstry and 2 from Mr. Redman.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. McKinstry, would you like to step up?
Okay, good evening, Chair. Can you hear me all right, first of all?
Yes, thank you.
You can, excellent. Okay, so first question. Page 7, paragraph 8 of tonight's agenda pack notes that on the 3rd of December 2025, this committee resolved to send a series of written questions to Future Places stakeholders in the week ending the 12th of December 2025, seeking responses by mid-January 2026. The following then appears in italics. These dates were extended slightly in reality. Just out of interest, why were the dates extended and what new dates were substituted?
Thank you. Due to personal reasons, the chair, myself, was unable to prepare and collate the stakeholder questions until February 2026. Following consideration of appropriate wording of questions and ascertaining email addresses where possible, the questions were sent to stakeholders in April 2026. Some stakeholders were sent chasing emails in June 2026.
Okay, thank you. Second question. Can you provide a list of all stakeholders contacted for further information or clarification following the 3rd of December 2025 meeting, and clarify which stakeholders did not reply or replied stating they were unable or unwilling to assist with inquiries? I accept that there was no obligation for any stakeholder to reply. In addition, did former chair of Future Places, Philip Broadhead, ever respond to the chair's email sent sometime prior to the 24th of September 2025, seeking his views on the scope of the investigation? And is there any likelihood of the above-mentioned correspondence, questions and answers, being published, perhaps as a supplement if the Future Places report ends up going to full council?
Responses were sought from a range of former officers, former members, officers, and Future Places representatives. Some former officers were unable to be contacted due to private data sharing considerations. Some other stakeholders responded substantively, some declined to participate, and some did not respond at all. The points raised in the responses have informed the chair's forward statement. The responses themselves are not being published because they contain material raising confidentiality, privacy, and legal considerations. Some respondents specified their responses were in strictest confidence, and they have replied to the chair on this basis. Instead, relevant themes and perspectives have been reflected within the chair's forward. The chair did not receive a response from the email sent to former councillor Philip Broadhead to the email sent in August 2025.
Thank you for clarifying that. And the third question, revisiting the Future Places report, I note that Graham Farrant was asked about the recruitment of Future Places Strategic Engagement Director, who was rumoured to know Drew Mellor. This is at 3/129 of the report. Yet no questions seem to have been put to him about the recruitment of the Managing Director, a far more controversial matter in which he, Mr. Farrant, was directly involved. This is despite the fact that the Make It Safe for Scrutiny email was disclosed on the 16th of May 2025, and I read out that email at a meeting of this committee with the head of audit and Graham Farrant both present on the 29th of May 2025. Graham Farrant did not retire until August 2025. Why was he asked about the recruitment of the Strategic Engagement Director, but not the appointment of the Managing Director?
The then Chief Executive was asked about the recruitment and appointment of the Managing Director, and replies and comments are incorporated into the investigation report in section 3.1. Would you do your statements while you're sitting there?
I can do. Do you want to hear Mr. Evans' questions first, or do you want to go straight on to my statements?
I'm happy to go straight on to your statements.
Okay, I'll just get them up for you. Won't be a second. 3 statements. The Future Places report should have been commissioned at least 2 years ago. I was bitterly disappointed when Vicky Slade told this committee, 11th January 2024, we did have a discussion about whether to hold a formal investigation, but what purpose would it have served? At that point, 2 figures were still in public office who could have facilitated that investigation immeasurably. There may have been good reasons, for instance, why Graham Farrant approved of Drew Mellor sitting on a 3-strong interview panel, having already promised the job to the sole candidate. Others have resisted or downplayed this investigation. Good money after bad, no smoking gun here, 90% of lessons have been learned. So I'd like to thank those members who've consistently supported it. The result is a 190-page report with 18 governance recommendations. So it turns out there was something to see here after all. Second statement, regarding the chair's foreword, I couldn't have bettered it. And my only gripe relates to paragraph 53 and the appointment of the managing director. While the monitoring officer did not formally intervene in that process, that alone doesn't convince me that the process was not unlawful. And it's regrettable that a legal opinion hasn't been provided on this matter, despite being requested by Councillor Phipps at the 24th of September 2025 meeting. Absent any legal opinion, I wonder if the committee might consider approaching Dorset Police to establish whether there is a case to progress here, as was done with the Cleaning for Votes affair Standards Committee Papers, 28th February 2023, item 7. That may sound alarmist, but the appointment process has been publicly described as predetermined, fixed, reverse engineered, premeditated, that was the BBC, staggering, and absolutely dreadful. So an escalation shouldn't be surprising. Final statement, 5.5 of the Future Places report describes Drew Mellor's involvement in the board decision to source office space for the Urban Regeneration Company. Also, the subsequent letting of premises in Exeter Park Road, whose de facto landlord was acquainted with Councillor Mellor, and Drew Mellor's acquisition of the rent collecting company 9 months down the line. The Chair notes, paragraph 108, that the investigation has not explored the relationships between Drew Mellor, the landlord, and the respective companies, nor any negotiations between them. And this is a striking omission given the large number of public concerns raised about this matter, which you can see in red ink on pages 177 and 178. All I'll say is it's a shame that this part of the investigation was scoped so narrowly, as it stands out against the rest of the report, which is otherwise unsparing in its research and sedulous in its analysis.
Thank you very much, Ms McKinstry. Let's move on to question number 1 from Mr Redman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reading out on Mr Redman's behalf. The Cabinet report of October 2021 and June 2022 described a comprehensive governance framework for future places, including commissioning team oversight, gateway approvals, shareholder controls, regular financial monitoring and audit assurance. The finding of this investigation suggests that the reality differed significantly from those arrangements. At what point did senior officers become aware that the governance framework approved by Cabinet was not operating as intended? Who was responsible for ensuring those arrangements were implemented? And why was Cabinet not advised that the approved governance model was not being followed before substantial public funds had been committed?
The preamble to this question gives the questioner's own summary and not the conclusion of the report. The report and associated evidence shows that the situation was more complex and, in fact, an evolving one as Future Places was being established. There were many references in the Cabinet papers and other governance documents setting out that the arrangements were expected to evolve as Future Places was being established. Indeed, the BCP Council funding model for Future Places changed in July 2022. Further, this expectation of evolving arrangements was referred to in the Audit and Governance Committee meeting of 10th of March 2022. The following excerpt from the minutes states, "There was a recognition that Future Places was still in its early stages of development, particularly within the area of the business planning process and in the realm of establishing robust governance arrangements, and that, as work progressed, the committee would therefore be likely to require some greater clarity in some areas." In conclusion, the chairman of the committee referred to the committee's ambition to understand arrangements for governance being established as Future Places evolved, and to test those governance arrangements as the company became fully operational and thereafter on an ongoing basis. Section 3.2 of the investigation report responded to the scope question posed, namely, consider the adequacy of the governance arrangements put in place by the Council for the operation of BCP Future Places Limited. This section of the report identifies some governance weaknesses, such as the failure to agree certain governance documents and the view of the commissioning team representative that the scope for initially agreed schemes was being extended or changed but not via the officer team. The report goes on to identify when these issues were escalated and who with. The shareholder representative and the commissioning team on the council client side and the managing director and Future Places board on the company side were responsible for ensuring the governance arrangements were implemented. Other than the mechanisms referred to above, the investigation did not identify any formal escalation to Cabinet. It is worth noting that the leader and deputy leader of the council were board members of Future Places, and the deputy leader was chair up until the point that Lord Kerslake became chair in October 2022.
Question 2. The Future Places investigation concluded that there were significant weaknesses in governance, financial oversight, procurement and shareholder assurance. Looking back, what specific actions within their respective statutory and professional responsibilities should the Chief Executive, Section 151 Officer, Monitoring Officer and Head of Internal Audit reasonably have been expected to take to prevent or significantly reduce the losses? In each case, how does that compare with what was actually done at the time? And what changes have since been implemented to ensure those responsibilities are discharged more effectively in the future?
The questioner's opening contextual summary is noted as his personal conclusions. They are not the conclusions drawn by the investigation report. It is not the case, for example, that the investigation concluded that there were significant weaknesses in financial oversight. There are a few areas where committee members have expressed the view that different actions should or could have been taken by officers. For example, the committee expressed a view that the recruitment process for the Future Places Managing Director should have been an open and rigorous one. However, what specific actions should have been taken by officers at the time is a subjective question. The report did not determine that any of the statutory officers had failed to provide appropriate advice and guidance, or that they had not fulfilled their duties. Officers have to adhere to their responsibilities, but also must not obstruct the will of an elected administration. If the processes are open to interpretation, officers' ability to challenge is limited. The outcome of this investigation is to make specific recommendations to Council that the committee believes will strengthen Council processes and procedures for the future. Regarding the reference to reducing losses, it is not clear what losses are referred to. The value to BCP Council of the work produced by Future Places is not something statutory officers had a direct ability to control.
Question 3. At the Audit and Governance Committee meeting on 10th of March 2022, the Head of Audit and Management Assurance advised that BCP Future Places had been incorporated into internal audit programme. He explained that internal audit was developing a trusted advisor relationship that was not just about retrospective look back, but would proactively support officers on matters where they might not be conversant with what's required, including things like financial regs. He further advised the committee that there were no issues requiring its attention. Given the investigation findings of significant weaknesses in governance, financial oversight, procurement and shareholder assurance, what assurance and advisory work had internal audit actually undertaken by March 2022? How active was this trusted advisor relationship throughout the lifetime of Future Places, and why were those issues not identified or reported to the committee at the time?
The questioner's summary of the investigation findings are his own and not the conclusions drawn from the investigation's report. The quotes provided from the Audit and Governance meeting of 10th of March 2022 are also not entirely accurate. It is also relevant to state the minutes of the conclusion of that meeting in full. In conclusion, the chairman of the committee referred to the committee's ambition to understand the arrangements for governance being established as Future Places evolved, and to test those governance arrangements as the company became fully operational and thereafter on an ongoing basis. It was agreed that in consultation with the chairman and vice chairman of the committee, a document be prepared by Future Places taking account of the issues raised at the meeting in order to enable issues and concerns to be addressed by the committee over time and, if necessary, identify areas where further clarity might be required. This would also be an opportunity to create a record of what had been covered as a baseline for future monitoring and allow the company to work through and develop its governance arrangements. The minutes of the subsequent meeting on 17th of March 2022 states, it was also noted that follow-up action identified by the committee at its previous meeting relating BCP Future Places was underway, with initially the outcome of an update on that work going to the chairman and vice chairman of the committee. The chairman confirmed that if there were any further issues arising from the update which required further report to the committee, an item would be added to the agenda for a future meeting as appropriate. The investigation report at section 6.4 responds to the scope question, consider the adequacy of the role of the council's internal audit team. This section of the report details the work undertaken and the reporting to the NG committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm about to read out two statements for Mr. Redman. Cabinet approved the establishment of Future Places on the basis of a detailed governance framework, including shareholder oversight, commissioning team scrutiny, gateway approvals, financial monitoring and regular assurance. On the basis of the public record, members were entitled to expect those arrangements would be implemented. However, the subsequent investigation concluded that significant elements of the approved framework were either ineffective or not operating in practice. The report does not establish when the arrangements operating in practice diverged from those approved by Cabinet, who first became aware of that divergence, who was responsible for ensuring the improved arrangements were implemented, or why members were not informed before further public funds and liabilities were committed. Without establishing that chronology and accountability, members cannot be assured that Cabinet decisions are implemented as approved or that similar governance failures will be identified and escalated before substantial public funds are placed at risk. And the second statement says, the investigation acknowledges that BCP Council cannot locate the procurement decision record for £18,500 Smart Growth Associates purchase order and accepts that this may represent a breach of financial regulations. However, the obvious follow-up inquiries appear limited. In a normal local authority and control environment, procurement approvals, invoice authorisations, finance system audit trails, emails and evidence that work was completed would ordinarily provide an audit trail, even where one document is missing. Yet the investigation also concluded it could not establish how or why Smart Growth Associates were selected, despite Gail Mayhew's documented participation in a recorded Holbs Bay regeneration meeting in January 2021, attended by Graham Farrant and Adam Richards. The Chair's forward also acknowledges that members of the public, through Freedom of Information requests, identified relevant evidence that supported the committee's work. Taken together, these omissions suggest that further relevant council records may remain unidentified. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we move on to the only item of today's agenda. Councillor Tarling, please.
Yeah, apologies for being late, but I was listening online on the way in. I do need to reiterate a statement I made a few times, I think once to this committee and once to OSB, as that a declaration. 6 months before I was elected to be a member of this council, I was interviewed by Future Places for a senior management role. It didn't go beyond second interview, but I do know that former leader Councillor Broadhead was involved in some point in the discussions of my recruitment, and he did make it clear to me some 2 years ago in OSB meeting that he was thus engaged in such discussions. So, but I don't think it prejudices any views I have on this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could I ask that Democratic Services circulate the responses to the questions, preferably with the questions in order as well? Thank you very much.
I'll do that. Thank you very much. I should just comment also, it's very, very hot. I don't know about others, but I am struggling in the heat a little bit. So if we have to adjourn at some point, please do let me know. I very well may need to for a hydration break. Right. Right, with that, so we've got the one item on this evening's agenda. And thank you for accommodating, bringing this forward to its own standalone meeting. There are various reasons for doing this, but I'm glad we've done so, not only because this we don't want this item to crowd out the usual business of the Audit and Governance Committee, and the agenda for the next meeting is full as it is. And we've also done this for previous meetings or Future Places. We've extracted them from the core meetings. So thank you for accommodating this. So on this item, so I wanted this committee to look into Future Places. I felt that the public had many unanswered questions about what went on at that time, where the money went, why things turned out the way they did. As you know, I did not want to write what I perceived to be a blank check to some external consultant for goodness knows how much, when I knew we had the ability in-house to produce high quality work. But I did recognise this needed looking at. £2.4 million written off it's not big in the big picture of the council's £1 billion budget, but it is a big amount to normal residents, and represents money that could have been spent on things to benefit our residents. So think of how many play park equipment that would cover. So I'm therefore extremely pleased with the thorough report that our lead investigator has provided us with. So I want to take this opportunity to thank him for the considerable amount of work he's put into this, as well as being flexible to additional queries that have arisen along the way, and making himself available to explain items to us in more detail. I note that in the report he's given the approximate proportion of his salary that was dedicated to this work. However, I know that he's worked many long hours on this, and I suspect that if he were charging by the hour, we would see a very different amount for that. So I consider the report to have answered the questions that we agreed back in May, I appreciate that it sets out the evidence, and where any supposition is made, it's made clear that it is just that. Now, of course, no investigation is going to satisfy everyone. Some will still want further investigation. Some will want entirely new lines of inquiry. In my personal view, we have reached the practical limit of what is useful and proportionate for us to spend time and resources on this matter. Following the agreement of the committee at our meeting in December, I have pulled together a forward statement, now spelled correctly. Now, as was noted at the time, we thought this was a pragmatic way forward. I do not expect you all to agree with it and how I've written it and the points reflected in it. I have tried to make that clear throughout, that it's not speaking on behalf of all committee members. But I hope you recognise that I've addressed the main themes that we identified in our many long meetings. I think I worked out it was over 12 hours of meetings going through almost line by line. And I've tried to present the different views we heard along the way on those items. Now, I know that others may have different views, and so at tonight's meeting are able to express those, and the minutes can reflect that. Now, regarding the recommendations made, I believe these will make a real difference if a future administration wishes to attempt something similar, and they will help officers protect the council by having policies in place to point towards in those situations. I note that the external auditor, Grant Thornton, the representative of which is joining us tonight, has reviewed the recommendations and has made clear that the recommendation should be adopted. So that was one of its formal recommendations at the last external auditor report. So with that in mind, I really hope we can support them today and turn them into practice. So with that, over to you for your comments. Councillor Salmon.
I would assume everybody's read my email I sent round this afternoon. I mean, those are my thoughts. I think it's a really solid report. I think I just wanted some more clear actions beyond us just noting it. So what I've tried to do is not reopen the investigation. I've tried to deal with how do we record accountability properly, because it's a solid report. But I would, reading that as a lay member of the public, if I'm even going to read 200 pages, I don't come away with the headlines that I think you should do, which are about actually much as there were individual process failures. Those process failures were driven by individual decisions, and I think actually those individuals are clearly identifiable. And so, yeah, my first one was whacking that front and centre with an additional document. I think there were some tweaks to the recommendations as well. I've put in my second one. Third one, I'm worried about what will happen in this council in, I don't know, 5-6 years' time, with a very different administration potentially, and if these mistakes could happen again. And I don't think we can sort that as BCP council. I think that's external. And then the last one, I think it's right, we've reached the end of the tether as to what the council can do, but I think there is an argument for getting some very targeted, specific advice. I'd welcome others' thoughts. I don't know. I think they're all solid. I hope everybody else does.
Thank you. So, let's do this the most practical way. So, shall we say that for motion, let's take the motions in turn. So I think for your first motion, you propose that the committee agrees a statement of accountability be appended to the final Future Places report that's submitted to Cabinet and Council, the contents of which be agreed by the committee. And should we leave it are you happy with us leaving it at that for the formal statement? Yes, Councillor Butt.
Chair, do you think we could have a debate first of all before we start going to individual motions, and then come back to decide that we'll have a better, more informed idea about the sort of things that we can then support,
I'm happy
rather than
with that,
leaping into it
you
straight
are.
up like that?
Yeah, happy to try and skin this cat however people want to. I'm not precious.
Appreciate that. Thank you. It's always good to have a debate first. With that in mind, would you like to instead of proposing motions, are you happy with that as your kind of general comments on?
I'm happy with that as my general comments to kick things off. Yeah, I won't waffle on anymore.
Thank you. Other councillors, please. I'm aware that at least one councillor not on the committee is joined online who would like to talk, but we like to let members of the committee speak first. So, please.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I'll sort of hopefully come in a bit later on, but yeah, I've absolutely no problem with the recommendations in there. I think it's a very thorough report, and I think, you know, I'd have no trouble with that. What concerns me, and it is about the scope of the report, is the bigger picture, the more strategic picture, and how we can actually gain some value from the work that's been created. Now, in my view, this is all about the way that regeneration is approached strategically and has been approached strategically over many years. If you go back, you know, sort of 12 years ago, whatever it was, you know, we had an in-house capability of strategic regeneration, which was considered to not have the skills necessary. And so the Bournemouth Development Company was formed, and there were some really good developments came in that. I wouldn't say I supported all aspects of the arrangements, but we did get some really good developments. But for whatever reason, that model fell out of favour. And it may be, and I'm not proposing to discuss that here, but it may be that there was a bigger ambition and a new administration came in and wanted to then change that model. And the BDC model stopped. It stopped dead, stopped in its tracks, and Future Places was created because there was this really big ambition, and the debt threshold was increased hugely. With the idea of getting on and getting some real development going on. And Future Places was created to do that. Unfortunately, looking back now in history, that didn't work for various reasons. The biggest reason was that we couldn't afford it. The rate at which work was tasked and the rate at which money was being spent was actually eye-watering. And it was that caused the changing in the financing arrangements rather than the revenue spend, because it was affecting the MTFP. And so it was a need to make it a loan so it could be capitalised, and there was a different way of approaching it. But of course, at the same time, we had the transformation programme, and the funding arrangements for that fell flat on its face. So where was the money coming from? Frankly, Future Places, whether it was working or otherwise, was unaffordable. You just didn't have the money for it. So regardless of the criticisms you have or not, it couldn't possibly continue because we just couldn't afford it. So Future Places was cancelled. 3 years on, and the decision was then to transfer some of those skills back into an in-house model. So we went back to the start point again, decided to do it in-house. So we went in-house, but we didn't have but those people disappeared very, very quickly. And then we who did we bring back in? BDC. The BDC model is now taken its place again. It's the model. Now we've gone, going around, and so what I'm saying here is the lessons from this is not necessarily the detail in the operational aspects. It's actually about the strategy and the difficulties faced by the council in engaging in very high value regeneration projects over several administrations and consistently changing economic climates. And so it's a very, very difficult thing. And I remember saying at the time when Future Places, the plug was pulled on them, that we should stop our regeneration activities because it was costing money. We should pause, take a breath, and work out how we were going to approach it, have a proper debate about it. That didn't happen, and here we are 3 years on, and all of those priority projects that have been priority projects for at least 12 years are still in the ether. We're no further forward to meeting those than we were. So what I'm suggesting here is that if there's value to be gained out of this, it's about the need to understand what regeneration is about, and we stop hemorrhaging money on projects that are never going to come into fruition. Because at the moment we're still in dreamland on it, and we continue to spend money, millions. And if you were add up all the millions on stalled and failed projects or good ideas at the time, it would frighten you to death. And I like to think this is a great report and looks inwardly at how the council can improve the way it operates. The focus should be on what the taxpayers actually had to pay to cover all this lot. That's a real issue for me. You know, we say that it's, you know, it's 2.5 million pounds. Actually, it's a lot more than that. All of those, all the value of those in-work projects that were considered worth paying for, none of those projects that we considered to be of value have gone forward. All of that information is now lost in time. It was worth nothing. We're actually looking at least £7 million loss here. At least £7 million. Could be a lot more. So what I'm saying is, I think we've really got to broaden the horizons and look at a more strategic view about the output and the really good work that's gone on here. This is really good. Operationally, put it into the constitution and all the processes proceed. That is great. That's going to help. But what's more important is we get our act together about how we approach our regeneration programs and how we stop hemorrhaging money in the process. That's my view.
I can't say I disagree with a lot of that. I think that one of the things that I pulled out in my forward, I made the following observations that a future administration may wish to consider. And this is that given the length of time of major regeneration projects, success is more likely where there is widespread cross-party support such that it will survive a change in political leadership. And that's the bit that I don't have an answer on how to guarantee election on election. And if we could do that, then we've cracked regeneration, right? But this issue, and I think what you say about the funding, the URC business case set out the rationale why BDC wasn't right and they needed something extra. I think there's quite an interesting lag because in September 2022, after the letter from the government, it was clear that there was no more funding and that all expenditure decisions had to pause and go through this. But Future Places had already been given a capital loan by that point, so they could kind of carry on after after the council was willing to spend money. And I think that's a kind of there's an interesting lag there. But I think, I mean, the plan was to borrow, right? The Futures Fund was 50 billion of borrowing, so that was in a way that was insulated from the spending pressures to some extent. But that overall strategy, I think, and that need for cross-party administration support is so important. And if we could stress anything, I think that would be it. Yeah. If anyone has any recommendations on what might help with that, we'd be open to that. Please.
So, Chair, I wanted to comment on various issues pertaining to the report, but I think actually, given that Councillor Bartlett has set out various broader regeneration issues, which I think are relevant, I thought I might make a few comments about those, because I probably predate almost everybody in this room as to how those have evolved. Not least the Bournemouth Development Company, which I was party to setting up in the first place, and which did have cross-party support at the time that we did it. It is still a legal entity, and it is one which this council needs to be really careful that it sticks to the terms of the agreements that are in place now with Muse under the guise of Morgan Sindall. And so I completely concur with the view you've expressed and that Councillor Bartlett has expressed, that long-term regeneration requires that broader consensus to make it work and be sustainable. No question in my mind about that. And when you look at the evidence of other authorities where it's worked, that has always been the case. And so to do that, we need to be really careful that whatever we are proposing this evening actually acknowledges that process, not just paying lip service to it, but how the real practicalities of it actually work. Now there are two other issues that are going to be on our horizon, both already started elsewhere but are on our horizon. around Carter's Quay and around Hulls Bay. I've already submitted a whole string of questions to the director about Carter's Quay, and I'm in the process of doing likewise around Hulls Bay. And as recently as this last Monday at Overview and Scrutiny Board, I spoke at some length about town centre regeneration. It was pertinent just to Bournemouth because that's what was on the agenda, but it applies in part to Poole as well. And those issues, for anybody who's interested, please go onto the tape and have a look at it. But they're significant issues, long-term issues, expensive issues, but they are ones in which I've been involved for quite some years and do know quite a bit about. And the issue with regeneration is that we're either doing it or we're not. We either have people who are really experienced and knowledgeable, or we don't. There is no middle road. You can't know a bit about regeneration. You can't do a bit of regeneration. You've either got to go the whole 100% or kind of find a way of delegating it out of the council. And that's been part of the mistake, I think, in more recent years, is that we have tried to have our cake and eat it. And those were the points I was making at Overview and Scrutiny on Monday. I think they landed reasonably well. And I think it did wake a few people up to the practicalities of how you do this, rather than just talking in general terms. That's really all I wanted to say in response to Councillor Bartlett, but I have a number of other issues to raise, particularly out of your preface to the report, and I want to correct any factual inaccuracies at this stage, because otherwise they will be taken and accepted as fact. And if there is disagreement over those, then this is obviously the body in which they need to be raised.
Did anyone want to pick up that point about the broader issues around regeneration before we come back to Councillor Bartlett, to Councillor Beasley on his next points? I mean, I think I would say that I think we should reflect in the minutes that we think that long-term vision to regeneration is extremely important. I think it's important that the minutes bring out that that's our view. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, I know we've got to talk about motions later on, but I had considered actually adding that to a recommendation that the cabinet consider carrying out a review, a strategic approach and policy towards regeneration. That was a thought, because I think it really needs to be tabled.
So I thought about that too, and I listed some observations in the forward on those kind of thematic points, and I thought about making them recommendations, but I think the issue I have is that I feel like the recommendations should be quite tangible, actionable, measurable, and that long-term approach to cross-party support, that's not something that's not straightforward to deliver and demonstrate that's been met. But I do think we should emphasise that as something important. Please.
I had actually considered whether the recommendation ought to be that all regeneration or money spent on regeneration currently should be stopped, because we need to understand where we're going, how we're going to get there, and at the moment we don't. And all I know is that the priorities that have been established don't appear to be any further forward on any of it, and we're going back years and years now. We're not going anywhere. So what's the point of continually putting money into projects that may never even happen? It's just all proving too difficult, but we won't acknowledge that. We just continue spending money. I know we're not spending a huge amount at the moment, but I don't know that we understand where we're going with these projects, and I really think we need to take stock of it and think about how we're going to take this forward. Whether we do it through partnerships, or how are we going to do it, or should we not be doing it? But at the moment, it hasn't been working for a long time.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, to answer some of my thoughts on what Councillor Bartlett's just said, I do think that there is some moves being made on the way we deliver projects, and I think by taking some of these large projects as discrete items, rather than applying a development company to them, it may be that we use BDC or another company to deliver them, or maybe a partnering agreement. I'll probably have to declare another interest there that I work for a company as part of the Southern Construction Framework. I've actually got their book here as well, which is a public procurement body which works with a lot of local authorities and public bodies. So there are loads of ways to deliver future projects, be that individual partnering arrangements or through one of our companies. And I think it's not the purpose of this report to propose the future, but I do know some of the conversations I've had with Mr. Barton about project management and project delivery and portfolio management. I think there's moves being made internally, and I agree. I would like to see something going forwards, but I don't think it really fits into this report at this stage. Thank you.
I do note that we do have a separate ongoing piece of work on Carter's Quay, and there were recommendations about that. Now, that report was thematically about the way the council does regeneration. So my instinct is that when it comes to us agreeing that might be a good point to consider these wider thematic points. But I would like it in the noted in the minutes that this is definitely something the committee are alive to. Okay, Councillor Beasley.
So are we going to go to the report and perhaps the introduction to the report? Is that
Yes,
your
we
plan?
can do. I mean,
I don't want to jump around. I want to be in the right.
Yes,
part of
no.
the
I mean,
report.
I anticipated a sort of free-flowing conversation on this one. So I would point out that that I specifically am not asking you to agree or approve or condone my words. When we talked about this in December, we talked about how it would be challenging to have us all give our own statements or us all to try and agree the wording on one. And I remember you supporting the idea, Councillor Beasley, of me having some sort of forward. So I please, on the record, in the minutes, please state where you disagree, where you think it's wrong. I don't propose to reopen it in a similar way to Mr. Sanar's not going to reopen his, but for the minutes, I think please say where you differ in views. So I'm only noting, we're only going to be asked to note it and note the report, but then the recommendations we actually agree on. So please, please.
Well,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. And I've supported the investigation from the very start. And I remember the meeting at which you proposed it. You were online at the time, so it had to be then moved to somebody else to propose it. And it was done over in the annex. I remember it very specifically. And I've been constant in that. And I've written you a number of emails about it, as you will recall. And not just about the scoping, but about the content and so on. And so when you put out your draft, I was still considering it, and then 48 hours later, it was the front end of the report that went public. So by then, it was a bit late to do very much about any concerns I might have. I've taken the opportunity to contact and to speak to some of those outside of the council who were on your original list, and it's two of those in particular that I want to speak to. In terms of the earlier comment that you made with regard to contacting former Councillor Broadhead, I know that he did respond to you back in June, and I think he quoted that he hadn't responded. Maybe I've got the dates wrong, but I've got sight of, because I did contact him at your request, as I did to Councillor Mellor, to speed up their responses, and I did that twice, and I told you that I'd done it because I thought it was important that they not only had the opportunity, but they actually did respond. So in the case of Councillor Mellor, I singularly failed. I'm sorry, but I tried. In the case of Councillor Broadhead, on the second approach, he did respond to you, and that was on the 27th of June this year. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes,
it may be an earlier one you're referring to, but I just wanted to be clear about it, lest anybody misinterprets that.
Thank you, and I think that that's appropriate to do so. The one of the questions earlier asked if I'd had a response to an email I referred to last August, because at the point in time at which we were going to have a meeting in August, at which Graham Farrant was going to be able to attend, and Councillor Broadhead would then have been able to attend, and he resigned, so there was a by-election. So we asked the lead investigator to speak to the chief executive outgoing on the key points, so that we could still capture his views, which he did. And I thought that it would be appropriate at that time to contact the former leader, to contact former deputy leader to give him that same opportunity. And I referred to that in that meeting, but that was the email I didn't receive as a response to. That's different to this most recent round of questions.
Well, thank you, Chair, for that clarification. Of course, were he still here, he might be sitting here this evening instead of me. So I think the other two people with whom I've communicated, because they both wrote to you confidentially in terms of your request, so I took it upon myself to contact them because I wanted to find out background, particularly appertaining to your introduction, and whether there were any errors or omissions. And I think it's right that I've done that because I felt that as a member of the committee I should. So I contacted Craig Beavers, who was the Chief Operating Officer, and I contacted Gail Mayhew, who was the Managing Director, and I've had responses from both of them, and they've committed themselves to writing to me as well as conversation. Now, I don't really want to get into too much minutiae this evening because I think the bigger picture, which Councillor Bartlett's referred to, is the more important one. But of course, they do sit on the record uncorrected unless I say something. So I'm not quite sure how you would like to deal with that. But would it help if I just ran through what the issues were? I think there are 4 from Mr. Beavers in particular, and there are 2 from Ms. Mayhew.
So I would ask the monitoring officer to come in on this. I don't feel empowered to say what can and can't be shared. If I was told things were in strictest confidence, I would not be supportive then of that being said publicly. And perhaps we should take a break and seek the monitoring officer's advice on how you plan to say it. That might be appropriate.
Should I explain just a bit further? The responses they've given me are out of the public report, so they're no longer in confidence. What they sent to you was in confidence, and what they've done is they've written to me in terms of paragraph X and wanting to correct paragraph X, having seen the report on the public website. So there's no confidentiality issue any longer.
Okay, well, not fair enough. I still think it would be useful for the monitoring officer to see what the items are, because there were various issues touched upon that it might be worthwhile getting that advice on. Councillor Bartlett, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, well, I was going to say one of the things that I had picked up in your forward was that you had summarised and made a lovely job of it, I'm sure, of interpreting what was said. But I felt a bit unsighted about the questions that had been asked, who they'd been asked to, and what their responses were. Now, they may be in confidence, but are they in confidence to you personally, or are they in confidence to the committee? And it's a procedural thing, but I do feel that we are relying very heavily on you for your interpretation of what they've said. And I wasn't sure that was totally appropriate in that you were talking or putting a picture on behalf of the committee. So I just felt a bit uneasy about that.
No, that's fair, and I do note that some responses came in last weekend, so maybe some of these things could be worked through with time. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I thank Councillor Beasley for his diligence in this, but I'm actually quite uncomfortable with individual members of the committee going and getting their own evidence and doing their own work. We're here as a committee, not as a group of individuals, and I think if there's information that's available, be it either to the chair or to or sent to individual members, it should go through the proper channels, and that's through our report lead. If there was additional information, it should come through that thing. Although I do commend Councillor Beasley's diligence, I'm actually quite uncomfortable with it being presented here is the first I've heard of this. And apologies if you've sent this out to other members of the committee beforehand. But yeah, I'm actually quite uncomfortable with that. And I think, you know, is it legally privileged, this information? Because in theory, if it's been sent to you via email or to Councillor Beasley via email, it could be subject to an FOI. And, you know, unless there is some legal privilege to it. So yes, I too would like to hear the monitoring officer's view on that, because I'm not comfortable with individual members going and doing their own research and then presenting it here at effectively a final comment on the report. It's a bit. I appreciate timing. If people don't get back to you in time, it's fine. But if it is ground shaking evidence that something has happened that isn't in the report, then it should go to our head of audit and our monitoring officer for checking before coming to this committee. Thank you.
So did you say, oh, Councillor Salmon?
So I think Councillor Tarling summed up my thoughts almost entirely. I feel uncomfortable as well with kind of the last minute, look at all these letters addressed to Santa Claus, nature of this evidence, you know. I think it should just go through the proper channels. I don't think we should be discussing it on the floor like this, you know. I don't know why you wouldn't immediately share that information through the proper channels. I wouldn't want to be putting myself forward as a conduit for people to share information on this. I think that's, yeah, I'm not sure I would do that. I don't think that's an intelligent thing to have done, frankly. I think probably that should simply be shared with the monitoring officer, with the report lead or whatever, and we should move on from that immediately.
Councillor Slade?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think it's completely reasonable for anybody on the committee, including Councillor Beasley, to wish to correct an error in your forward. So I'm slightly torn in your comments about not wishing to change it. I think if there are factual errors in it, they should be changed. But if it's a matter of opinion, it is your forward, and therefore somebody's alternative opinion is their alternative opinion. And I think as long as we minute any dissent from that, that's helpful. But if there are actual factual errors, then I think they need to be brought out at this point. But I can't say I saw any. I thought it was an exceptionally good forward, and I'm thankful to you for putting so much work into it.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. I mean, I am inclined to agree. I am uncomfortable about sharing some perspectives of some stakeholders in this forum for the first time, particularly because I am conscious of the importance of the right to respond where others are referred to. And I took a great deal of effort and a great deal of advice in looking what was sent to me and reflecting in a way that I felt did not require that right of response in the maximalisation process, reflecting the points substantively, but not in a way that posed any legal risks, for example. So having said that, I'm uncomfortable about the opportunity there, the potential risk from that. Now, it might very well be that they are that you've thought this all through and that there are no concerns there, but the risk remains. So, I mean, would you like to? We could put it to a vote. I mean, I'm minded to say that. I'm thinking. What do you think? Yeah, please, monitor.
So could I respond, please, Chair? Because I've heard comments around the room and from yourself. And I think you need to get back to how I introduced it. So
do.
there was very blunt criticism, particularly from Councillor Salmon, who hasn't seen any of this. I think that's somewhat out of order, frankly. So what I said was, and I'll rehearse it again, is that you circulated the committee with your preface, and then within 48 hours, it became the front end of the report that was on the council's public website. So let's just think about that for a moment. And if it contains factual errors or omissions, then I think, given that that is seen as the definitive document, it is only right that if there are factual errors or omissions, that those can be corrected in public, because if they're not, they remain as the written report. They are for the public to say that's acceptable and that is correct. And I just don't think that is right, particularly given that all the information that you were given in confidence, which I haven't been given, and I understand it was in great detail, both from Ms Mayhew and Mr Beavers, means that you are the only person, the only member anyway, I don't know whether you shared it with officers or not, but the only member who's seen all of that. And the points I've had are in 2 emails this week. They having both seen the report in public, actually addressing those factual inaccuracies as they see them, and if not tonight, then when? Because after tonight it will be too late. So they're put in a very difficult position, and it's quite wrong for this committee to say they're uncomfortable with this, given that the only remedy for me is to raise that this evening. I don't think that can be right. I'm more than happy to have a short adjournment and to share it with the monitoring officer. I've managed to print them out, so they are here. I don't have to scramble around anywhere else for them. And he and you can make up your own minds about that. But that's the background. That's the background, and I just think it needs to be stated publicly.
Thankfully, thank you. That is helpful. I would question, quite frankly, I would question why I wasn't shared those inaccuracies before this meeting. I would have been happy to make a statement making a correction at the beginning of this meeting. I'm unable to do that. I don't know what you're going to say. I wish that you had shared that with me before, and I would have done my utmost to correct any inaccuracy. As I've expressed to Mr Beavers and Ms Mayhew in the past, I am doing my utmost to make sure that the points they have raised are substantively expressed in the report, but they have shared an awful lot with me, which is their opinion and their view, and I have to be mindful of that. And I have to be mindful of balance, of hearing their opinion and not those of others involved. And this is something we've had from the start. I do not discount including their opinion and their views and their perspective, but it has to be balanced because others have very strong different views. So how about we propose that we adjourn for a moment, you share with the monitoring officer, and he can highlight any risks if he can. He may not be able to. It would be helpful for me to see sight of what you plan to raise, and I can remind myself of the parts of the forward, and then we can continue that. I would always want to address any inaccuracies, but on the hoof, that is challenging. Councillor Slade.
Yeah, just want to get some clarity because I think it's important to get the timeline right. So if I've understood this correctly, the draft of your report was sent to committee members 2 days before the papers for this meeting were published, but the papers for this meeting were published 7 days ago, and you haven't received any communication from Councillor Beasley in the 9 days since he saw, and I totally accept that in the 2 days between seeing the draft and the original, he hadn't had time to process it and form his opinion, and that's absolutely fair comment, and I think it's unfortunate there wasn't longer time. But in the 7 days from the publication of these papers to today, Councillor Beasley hasn't shared with you those changes for you to be able to come up with present us with an amended document. Can I just clarify that's the position in timing?
Yes, that's correct. And I do wish that you had shared these factual accuracies with me sooner. I would have been able to justify why I used the phrasing I have. And I hope to be able to do that now in the meeting. I would say I haven't had any further responses from Ms Mayhew or Mr Beavers letting me know of these inaccuracies. Again, I would have taken steps on that. And what I would say is on the 48 hours, I know that's not a long time, but I wanted to make clear that I do not expect you to condone, support, or anything for that forward report. If I'd expected to be on behalf of the committee, in no way would I have given you that little time. But it was because I was letting you know, out of courtesy, this is what I plan to say, and that opportunity to raise any kind of urgent concerns, but not for you to condone or support every word in that.
Can I respond to that, Chair? Because I want to be completely accurate about this.
Certainly.
So the 2 I've got here are dated the 13th, which is Monday, and the second one is dated the 16th, which is today. There hasn't been time to do that, clearly. And in doing so, I was really rather taken up with work in this place on the 13th, on the Monday, particularly with overview and scrutiny. And I made major inroads into presenting at that meeting on 3 topics. So, you know, that you can only do so much. I do have a work life, and it does require me to do other things. I can't devote myself entirely to the good works of audit and governance. So there hasn't really been very much time, particularly with the one today. And given the amount of email traffic you have sustained today from others, I don't think this would have been particularly welcome. I'm not raising these in order to trick anybody. I'm just doing it because I think in the court of public opinion, accuracy is important. But I'm quite happy to withdraw. I will show them to the monitoring officer. I don't want this to detract from the important work of this meeting this evening. I am very disappointed, though, that around the room, people seem to want to suppress what it is that's in here. And if that is the case, that's fine. I'll carry on, and I'll make my own judgments on what I might or might not say about other things later in this meeting. That's fine with me.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I do not criticise for not sharing sooner. It would have been welcome, but I do not criticise, and I do also appreciate the having a life, having a job, and 2 children, and this. So I do perspective that, and part of the reason for the delay in sharing and giving to you 48 hours was because we did have those late responses, and I really wanted to make sure everything was reflected. So with that, Councillor Tarling, sorry, you had your hand up, and then and the monitoring officer.
Thank you. Just to point out, Chair, we did in a previous committee propose and vote that you or agree to that you would write the forward to this report. So you know you haven't been ultra vires in a sense of what you've done here. And Councillor Beasley, absolutely. If the information you've got is of a standard that it would be a correction if it is a matter of fact to correct the report, then absolutely, I think we should hear it. My concern is that it's like if you came into a court of law and presented a piece of legal evidence at the last minute, there's rules on disclosure. This isn't a court of law, but there would be an adjournment. So may I propose that we have a very short adjournment so that you, Chair, other members of this committee and our monitoring officer can have a look at it or at least hear what Councillor Beasley's got to say, not necessarily on record, but then for a decision to be made whether we should hear it. Because Councillor Beasley is dead right. You know, this meeting, I want to see. I've said all along, I want to see this investigation come to an end for the sanity of this committee, for our officers as well. And if this puts an end to it, then I certainly want to hear it. So, can I propose a short adjournment?
Please do. I think the monitoring officer had one final point.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's important to qualify what the monitoring officer can and can't do. The monitorer is not here to police whether or not information should be taken into account by the committee. That's a matter for committee. It strikes me as really and truly whether it's correct to share it with me at all, because if you share it with me, just like any other advice, advising on the hoof is not correct either. I don't know to any extent Councillor Beasley has written consent to share the details of any of this. I'm not suggesting he wouldn't have thought about that, or has got clear consent that their names can be shared. If he has, the suggestion would be to share it with the committee under the basis not shared any further. So it's not for me to police what is seen. I might be able to advise whether I think something could be privileged, could be defamatory, but that's very different to me letting in or letting out evidence which I think I'm understanding is suggesting that your forward is factually incorrect. Now, if that's the case, I'd expect the committee to see that. What I would point out as well as reassurance is my understanding in your forward and your explanation of those who's contributed outside of the council is that you have explained as best you can the reasons why you haven't shared those directly. if any member wants to make a freedom of information request for that, that'll go through the proper process and that'll be tested on that legal basis. But for the moment, you've formed a judgment. I don't think it's appropriate for me to see it and decide whether it's let in or let out. I repeat, it's not the monitor's job to police that. If Councillor Beasley has consent and has had a request that this is shared with you and the committee or, then that is what should happen. And if you need advice on that, the committee needs advice, we can do that in the same session. So they're my major concerns at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon.
We're making this loads more complicated than it needs to be. So, Councillor Beasley, reply to those emails and go, this would be best sent to the Chair of Audit and Governance Committee. Would you be happy to forward this if it's relevant to the report? Or would you like me to share it directly with Eleanor? You know, if that's a 2-second job, I work full time. If I'd seen those in my inbox, I would have been able to crack that off like lightning. That's an easy thing to do. Do that. Let's see if they come back and they want to share that. And I think that's all we can do with that information. It's very interesting that you've been emailed at the last minute by some of the key players in this. They have already been approached and asked to give their views and so forth. I think we just need to move on. Let's get on with this. We're already over an hour into what is a meaty thing. I mean, we've all got ideas about the wider lessons from this report, all of that, how regeneration should be delivered, you know. At its heart, though, this is a really detailed report about failures of governance, judgment, oversight, left the public purse carrying what, £2.4 million. That's a stonking ton of money. And what really bothers me is there's no evidence this money was simply stolen. I'd get that. I can get that, you know, I've worked in a bank. I've dealt with that side of internal fraud and all of that. I could get somebody stealing this money out of greed or desperation. What makes this really hard for me to accept is nobody disappeared off to Dubai with a bag of cash. You know, it's a series of identifiable decisions, omissions, all of that. I just want to get to the bottom of this. Let's get on with some concrete actions and stop discussing Councillor Beasley's inbox.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may, I think Councillor Salmon probably should just qualify what he may have been referring to. Obviously, very alive to opinion is one thing, but defamation may be another. So just maybe have a councillor think about whether he wants to just qualify or retract that particular statement.
Oh yeah, any Gulf state. Sorry, I'm not. Yeah. Sorry. What? Yeah. No, but nobody has run off with this 2.4 million, have they? This isn't as simple as somebody just took it out of the company's accounts.
Can I propose that we adjourn, or second Councillor Tarling's proposal that we adjourn? I would appreciate sight of the factual inaccuracies you've alluded to, so that I can consider addressing them with a little notice. But let's take a 5-minute adjournment break and have a
But
drink.
before you do that, Chair, I can't leave unanswered what Councillor Salmon has just been saying. It's on the public record because this is live streamed, and the insinuation is that people have been sitting on factual inaccuracies for a long time. I've just brought them tonight because it's the only opportunity I've got. These were in response to the public report being on the council website. And if Councillor Salmon doesn't care about other people's reputation and the damage that can cause in business, that's a matter for him. But for this committee and for the public at large to be swept along with this sort of this hyperbole that we've had this evening and all the insinuations in it, I don't want to be party to that, Chair. You've done a great job. Mr. Stannard's done a great job, and so have plenty of others. But I think it really belittles everybody and all of our integrity to listen to that sort of talk just now. I propose to leave this meeting, to retire from this meeting, because I'm not going to be subject to those sort of insulting comments, which are clearly going to happen throughout the rest of this evening. I've spent a huge amount of time on Future Places investigation, as have you, Chair, and as have many others. And for that to be belittled in the way that Councillor Salmon thinks is acceptable, I make it very clear it is totally unacceptable to me. And in the court of public opinion, others can judge the outcome.
I had not picked up that Councillor Salmon intended to belittle you. Perhaps Councillor Salmon, if you'd like to reiterate that.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to make light of this. I'm very frank. I don't self-censor. I speak as I see. I don't understand
your inbox management strategy, Councillor Beasley. I'm sorry about that. I don't understand why you didn't forward this on or reply to the people when you sent them to you. It's now 7 o'clock in the evening, but that's fine. That's what you've done. Let's move past it. This doesn't have to be a big thing.
I've done nothing wrong, Chairman. I've dealt with this in exactly the right way that one should. I do have a little bit of experience, not just of audit and governance, and of chairing audit and governance, but of doing many other things in local government. And I will not sit here and basically be insulted and belittled by Councillor Salmon. There's no excuse for it. There's no excuse whatsoever. And a very serious issue is being trivialised in a way that I find unacceptable.
Councillor Beasley, this is all in the context of the fact that I could do with a little notice of the inaccuracies you are about to point out in public. So I propose we adjourn so I get a few moments to look at that. It is simply a reflection. It would have been useful to have them sooner. I appreciate that doesn't happen. I am not, I wish my inbox was a very smooth process. And I'm not criticising you for not sharing sooner. If you were unable to, then that's that. It would have been helpful, and that's why I'm asking for the adjournment now. That's my view. Councillor Slade.
Chair, I'm concerned. I think it's really. I apologise for laughing at the joke. It was, if step back, quite a funny joke. However, I can understand why you would have been upset. My concern here is that if Councillor Beasley has suggested that there are factual inaccuracies in your report, if Councillor Beasley leaves the meeting with that hanging in the air, we are in a situation where the public start questioning your report without having any access to that information. Therefore, it's hugely important that you are able to satisfy yourself and put that on public record, because although Councillor Salmon's joke and potential insult is on public record, the fact that you're looking to withdraw from a meeting without sharing that information is incredibly damaging to this whole process. So I must urge you to share that with the chair so we can actually make sure that the public record is complete, even if you decide not to continue with the rest of the meeting this evening.
Thank you. So with that, let's adjourn. I would be grateful for sight of that, and we'll come back in hopefully 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you all present and all those joining online and watching from home. We took a short adjournment in which I was kindly shared with the information shared with Councillor Beasley as to potential inaccuracies in my report. I have reviewed and I do not see that they are inaccuracies. I see that there are differences of opinion as to how I should have expressed those points, different emphasis I could have given, different narrative. But what I would say is on all of these points, there were very good reasons for the specific wording chosen on those, and the need for corroboration for what is said in the report. One point I would say is that Mr. Beavers, I have referred in my forward report as, I think, as Mr. Beavers' involvement in Smart Growth Associates. This is a company. I've said in paragraph 64, both the Chief Operating Officer and the Future Places MD, they are both described in 2019. They met with the chair of the Local Government Association, and both are described as being from Smart Growth Associates on the Local Government Association website for that meeting. And I infer from this that Mr. Beavers would like it pointed out that he is not actually involved with Smart Growth Associates. So I've just quoted what was on the website there, but I'm happy for it to be on the record that he disputes that involvement. The rest of it, in my view, is not an inaccuracy. It is a reflection of where they would have liked different emphasis to have been provided, or their opinions. With that, I think it would be best to continue the meeting. I'm happy to share more detail on that with committee members if you would find that helpful. Councillor Talley.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, again for clearing that up, and thank you for Councillor Beasley for his forbearance in dealing with this. And appreciate it. It's a warm night, and emotional's got the better of some of us. And obviously pass on my apologies to Councillor Beasley for that and my part in that. Can I take it that correction regarding Mr. Beavers will be made to the report then? Is that correct?
So I hadn't anticipated amending the report. If I had, I would have immediately corrected it from forward to forward straight away. I would have liked to make that correction. So I didn't intend to edit that report. I was hoping that such corrections, differences of opinions, statements could be drawn out in the minutes instead. Councillor Andrews.
Chair, in the last line on paragraph 64, you state that the Local Government Association both describe as being from Smart Growth. There's no inaccuracy. It's Local Government Association website is inaccurate. If the BBC website told us that we beat Argentina last night, then you can blame the BBC website. But there's no mistake.
Thank you. Right. Shall I propose that we move on? I'm aware that Councillor Salmon has a number of motions that he'd like to take forward. I think we've had some debate to get going, so perhaps we can consider those and then return to further comments as needed. Now, Councillor Salmon, would you like to go through your proposed motions to the recommendations?
Yeah, let's go through them in turn, shall we? So let's start with number one. So number one, what was it? It was the one where we have some accountability. Yeah, so it's a lovely report. It's got a lot of detail. I have no issue with the content of the report in and of itself. My worry is, if I am Joe Public, I am not wading through that 200-page report. What I want to know is the headline findings. And I think the headline findings are that there were serious governance failures and all of that, but that was driven by poor decision making and irresponsibility by certain individuals. And I think we should name them. I think I've made it quite clear in my motion. We should have a statement that says these are the individuals who did wrong. Drew Mellor, He was leader of the council. He has the political responsibility for driving forward the establishment of future places. You know, him and him and Phil Broadhead, they were responsible for the hiring practice of what's her name, Gail Mayhew. You know, they drove that forward. Graham Farrant had a role, you know, as chief executive at the time and so forth. Gail Mayhew had a role as a director. I think it's important that that is really made public. What I would really hate is for anybody who was involved in this to ever get anywhere near that type of decision making again. If somebody had been involved in something that had resulted in patient deaths, you know, we would be having a fitness to practice meeting and there would be safeguards put in place that would ensure they could never again do that kind of damage. If somebody is responsible for, no matter how benign they were in their actions, this level of loss, I think it's really important that we highlight this person was involved, these are mistakes they made.
Thank you. I think the monitoring officer indicated to come in there.
Thank you, Chair. I just need to remind all the committee members that there is no findings of fact against any individual, named or otherwise, in Mr. Stannard's report, and neither was it asked to be so. This committee is not here to make findings of fact, rule or matters of conduct whatsoever. So it must be stated as an accuracy to state that there's any wrongdoing in any of the individuals named. That should be retracted and clarified for the minutes. It's not the council's position that what Councillor Salmon said is correct, and it does not stand by that. So, difference between opinion being stated, which members can do. It is not the position of council to state what the committee position is when it is incorrect.
Thank you for confirming that. Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't see any evidence in the report that there was anybody who was specifically need to be held to account. As far as responsibilities, of course, the leader of the council was responsible. And of course, Councillor Broadhead was responsible. He was the portfolio holder. It goes without saying he was responsible. That was inherent within their positions at the time.
Thank you. So my view on this, for what it's worth, is that one of the reasons for me doing this forward was because of the challenges in agreeing exactly how we would do a statement that we all signed up to. And also the challenges of boiling this down into something very pithy. I hope you can see the challenges I've had in boiling it down to an 18-page summary of I think what the issues were. So that was my best efforts to do that, and I am anxious about the usefulness or the ability to boil it down further. I do think that my forward, I identify individuals and things that could have done differently. I appreciate that it is longer than the public might read, but I don't think we should let that dictate the risk that the committee takes on. That's my view on that. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you. Just like to reiterate what Councillor Bartlett said. I don't think Councillor Samuel was here at the scoping of this investigation, and I think we gave a lot of time into confining the scope so that we weren't going to be doing a legal, sort of witch hunt. I don't think the committee at the time, when we wrote the scoping document, insisted on that. It was simply to find the facts of what went wrong with the governance process, whoever was there. And I am going to disagree with Councillor Salmon, although we quite often agree on lots of stuff. But I think this was about poor decision making. This wasn't about criminal decision making. I said before at a previous meeting when we looked at the first draft of this, I don't think there's any criminal undertakings here. There's some the practices are very wanting for how how the appointments were made, how the money was spent, and reckless behaviour on behalf of the council at the time or certainly the leader and the deputy leader in the process that they went for. But that's the nature of some authorities. They do spend without maybe the consideration of hindsight that we've got now. And I think we have to think about what it was like at the time. And I think the original aims of Future Places to spur investment and development were good ones to have, and to appoint a some great talent to the role is a good idea. But unfortunately, the process by which they went about it was wrong, and that's what this report says. And it doesn't mean that there was anything necessarily criminal here. Although, I'm certainly no fan of either of the mentioned previous councillors. You can't apportion any more than's in the report, and I would concur exactly with what the monitoring officer said there about, there's some stuff here with that in your motion 1 that I can't vote for because it is too personalised, and that's coming from me who, as I said, no love lost.
And to be clear, that the motion was that we do we agree a statement. The proposed text on it, that's not part of the motion. That's Councillor Salmon's own view. Thank you, Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, I do think that a statement of accountability that sets out, and I tell you what, if we want to be indirect, we can use people's job titles rather than their names. And I'm not saying there's anything criminal here, but I am saying that there is stupidity, there is incompetence, there is, serious mistakes which shouldn't have been allowed to happen. I think statements like Drew Mellor, as then leader of the council, bears primary political responsibility for driving the establishment of future places, the pace at which it was created, and for apparently approaching Gail Mayhew about becoming managing director before any proper recruitment had taken place. That's factual. That's what the report says. I think it's important to pull those key points out, boil them down to something that is easily understood by the public. I don't see that there is anything I've written in motion 1 that I wouldn't be prepared to stand by. But I get the sense I'm flogging a dead horse here. I'm quite happy to move on.
I do understand the driver for doing this, and I think making it accessible to the public is a good thing to do. To be honest, I would love to write my own unfiltered views of what I think happened and who I think made the wrong decisions and poor choices. I would love to do that, but I am just too mindful of the responsibilities on us as the Audit and Governance Committee, our role, and the sheer complexity of it. I mean, if you think about, for example, the external assurance review brought out as a significant weakness was that councillors were sitting on the board of the council-owned company. But we understand the reasons they did that. That was to get things up and running, and the time it took to headhunt well qualified, suitable non-executive directors, which they then did. So is it really fair to say they are culpable for that weakness without giving that colour as to their rationale? I don't think there's any points you could say without giving enough nuance to be appropriate. And I could list plenty more than you've done in your list. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, I take the issue, I think, about accountability. We want to understand who was accountable. If we've made a mistake, the council has made a mistake, who's accountable for it? The problem is that it wasn't any one person or any two people. Actually, it was the system that failed, not just those individuals. That was the problem. It was the system, the controls, the governance measures that not in place. The commissioning, in particular, was always, I would argue that the future places, and a lot of criticism has been aimed at future places. Actually, they were only doing what they were asked to do by the council. The council were responsible. The council should be accountable, and not just the individuals within it, the system that was operating it. So, okay, there were some key drivers there that had more influence than the others. But at the end of the day, there are lots of committees involved: audit and governance, overview and scrutiny, officers, everybody was, lots of people. Nobody is untainted by this horrible mess, frankly. So I don't think it is appropriate to put names or even, that's my view.
Councillor Salmon.
That almost segues us nicely into motion 2 then, which is looking at the system. So motion 2 is focused on the recommendations in the report, so the internal BCP facing stuff. I'm not going to read it out in full because it is long. Do we want to go through them one at a time? So the first one's on senior recruitment. I'm assuming everybody's read it. I don't want to read
I
it
just
out.
check. Does that mean that
No.
you're withdrawing the first emotion, or
I don't think anybody's seconded it, have they?
Fine.
Technically,
Fine.
I'm not even sure I have to withdraw it.
Councillor Slade?
So I'm slightly baffled because I hear what Councillor Salmon is saying about his motions, but when his motions are then talking to recommendations, why are we not talking about the recommendations and go through the recommendations? And if Councillor Salmon thinks the individual recommendations need to be altered or amended, he could put forward an amendment to the recommendation rather than a separate motion. Would that be more
So
appropriate?
as Councillor Salmon's sent it around to us, it's all one motion is a list of changes, and I think we should go through them one by one. We might feel differently about different ones. What one?
Does that mean that we're not going to go through the recommendations, or do we have to go through Councillor Salmon's
I think we need to
before
go
we
through.
can talk about the recommendations? Because surely we're here to agree
Yeah.
that the recommendations are the right recommendations, or to amend them.
So what might help here is that we have a request that we these proposed amendments or recommendations are listed as new or additional recommendations to the original 18. I think there are reasons for why it's helpful to distinguish between the 18 formal recommendations from the internal auditor on the back of his investigation, which external audit have already reviewed and condoned. And then on top of that, we can say the committee wished these ones as well. So my thinking is that we can go through now the list of extra recommendations from Councillor Salmon, and then we can look at the whole. Does that make sense to others? Councillor Tarling.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Tarling, the monitoring officer wants to come in there.
Chair, do you forgive me? I was just dealing with another inquiry. Can I just be clear? If we're discussing motions, then I'm not entirely sure if I heard correctly. If there's no seconder, we really must be going through the process, making sure there's a seconder before you debate. That is a process. It's Rule 14.1 is quite clear. Councillor Salmon needs a seconder in order to progress this. If there's no seconder, then it cannot be allowed to progress.
Fine. Councillor Salmon, are you content to withdraw that first motion?
Yeah, I'm content to withdraw it, and I think what Councillor Slade suggested is probably the right way to approach this. Let's go through the recommendations in the report, and as we discuss them, I would like to propose that in addition to this recommendation, because we can't, I think you're right as well, we can't actually change the recommendations in the report, but we can say, in addition to this, committee has gone, let's strengthen this by doing bumpty boo.
Fine, I'm happy with that. Should we go through the recommendations then in order? Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, I think you've qualified it there, Councillor Salmon, but I'm concerned about going through recommendations that have really been worked and studied and carefully constructed. And the thought of doing it almost off the hoof in committee may suffer unintended consequences. I think we've all looked at those recommendations. I think if it generates changes, they need not to be what we've got. It should be extra on the end. And I think that's what you were suggesting, Councillor Salmon. Yeah.
Agreed. All right. So
Yeah.
recommendation 1, as a matter of formal policy, senior company executives should be appointed via council instigated open advertising, which should be live for at least 15 working days, 3 weeks. The council should pick a grade or salary banding to define senior, say above £75,000. I'll give the second one as well. This is recommendation 2. Company executive directors should be selected using the same selection interview process adopted for council corporate directors. I'm very supportive of them. I think having that in policy would make things much more straightforward and remove any grey areas in future. Now, Councillor Salmon, you propose being more explicit in that. So, Councillor Salmon, your proposal is that every executive director position, chief officer equivalent position, or council controlled company role with potential total remuneration of £75,000 or more is publicly advertised for at least 15 working days, follows the council's corporate director recruitment and due diligence process, uses a role description, person specification, and scoring framework agreed before any candidate is approached, includes professional HR participation and at least one genuinely independent panel member, requires panel members and candidates to declare all relevant personal, professional, commercial, and political relationships, requires references, employment history checks, and verification of qualifications before an unconditional offer, retains a complete written recruitment audit trail, and is not preceded by any offer, assurance, negotiation, or of terms or indication that candidate has already been selected. Adding that no leader, deputy leader, portfolio holder, or company director should constitute a majority of the panel appointing a senior executive to a council-controlled company, and any exceptional departure from these requirements must be approved in advance by full council. My question, I'm supportive of all of that in principle. My question is, to what extent is that already captured by the second recommendation, which is that the process should use the same process adopted for council corporate directors? I'm conscious that that's been quite established and developed, and it might be that that's actually further than set out. Councillor Slade.
Yeah, so I think that it's risky having this much detail, because with this much detail, as employment processes change, we're then stuck with this process. For example, it may be that person specifications are not a thing in 3 or 4 years' time, and we might use something different. So my suggestion is that whilst I can see what's behind this, and I can see that this is very focused on the public understanding it, would it not make, I think the recommendation is fine as it is, that we follow the council's process. There was an asterisk on this recommendation from the external person, which sort of said grade stroke salary. I think putting a salary is a complete mistake, because salaries will change, and this is out of date straight away. Total remuneration, does that include pension contributions? Does it include other things? If it does, 75,000 is going to capture a lot of people. So my suggestion is that the better suggestion from this committee may be that we ask to scrutinise what the council's HR policies are, that we ask to look at that to be sure that it captures everything that we might want to see, because I think that helps with everything. I think some of this business of no leader, deputy leader, portfolio holder, company director shall constitute a majority of the panel. Well, yeah, but actually we've already said that no leader, deputy leader should actually be chairing those companies anyway anymore. So it sort of is, it's looking backwards at how things did work, not looking at how the council is operating or intending to operate its companies going forward. So I just worry it's perfect for today, but by tomorrow it's out of date.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I completely agree with Councillor Slade. It says the assigned to target date head of paid service, and I agree. The asterisk is the key thing on that recommendation. One is I think there needs to be an assessment made that the recruitment policies are commensurate with that of a public of a grade within BCP, be it if it's a head of a company, it would be a similar recruitment process as to a head of a service, for example. But we leave that to the head of paid service to determine that this is equivalent of whatever the grade is. Equivalent grade would be in the council, and I think so that if we change that recruitment policy, it's automatically updated to lay it in here as a separate way of recruiting for a council owned or tech or company is, as Councillor Slade said, just going to make it obsolete when legislation changes.
Mr. Sanad, you intended to come in.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The way I wrote the recommendation, I had envisaged in my mind that as a matter of policy, we would determine policy at each instance we were appointing the directors. So I was using the asterisk 75 grand as illustrative at this time, but the council could choose any number it wanted every time it was subsequently appointing. So to Councillor Slade's point, inflation might have increased and given a pay award, and it might be 85 grand next time, or 105, or so. Yeah, there's just slightly different ways of interpreting it. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, I mean, I think all we need to do is make sure that the council senior staff recruitment policy is followed. As simple as that. because, our senior staff do have a very rigorous recruitment process and policy. This has been constructed because it wasn't followed in this particular instance. So, I think we're in danger of rewriting the HR rules and possibly even the constitution here. So, it's the way it's constructed. I know the intent is there to make sure it's not going to happen again, but I think had the senior officer excellent process been applied, we wouldn't have had the problem.
So, Councillor Salmon, I should have checked before we debated. Do you have a seconder for this one?
No, I don't know at this point. Anyway, I don't know. All right, do we want to check if I've got a seconder before I give my 2 cents?
Do we have any seconders for this one? I should have asked it before. I mean, I do think it's worth having this discussion because this is so important as a recommendation. I'm sure we would have had the same debate anyway. But a seconder for that specific change? No. So, if helpful as a way forward, because I understand the points raised. How about if we put on the action tracker an action for an officer to brief us on the process for council corporate directors, how it compares to that, and it may be that we want to then make some recommendations to that process. But to Councillor Bartlett's point, if we're not doing this stuff already for corporate directors, then that's a bigger problem. So, how about that as a possibility, Councillor Salmon?
Yeah, so I'll confess to not having read the I don't know what the process for recruitment of council corporate directors is, and so maybe this does mirror that. So the only bit of this that I would be and maybe that means everything in point A is redundant. The only bits I am very keen on are B and C, because it's not simply that, oh, it's okay, we won't ever have any council-owned companies again in the future where it will be the leader of the council is the director and all of that. I still think any recruitment panel, and this won't be covered by the council's corporate directors policy, I wouldn't want a majority of that panel to be made up by the roles named in point B. So I would want to retain that. I actually think that is a distinct recommendation. So if there is a recruitment panel and there are 3 people on it, only one of them can be the leader, the deputy leader, or the company director. Does that make sense? Maybe I've not worded it particularly clearly in terms of they can't make up a majority.
So this is just to check my understanding. On the panel appointing an executive to a council-controlled company, you can have the leader or the deputy leader or the portfolio holder or another company director, but they couldn't together be the majority of that.
Yeah. So you could have 2 of them on a 5-person panel, or a 4-person panel. Does that make sense?
I understand that. Councillor Slade.
So, Chair, and I'm sure Councillor Beasley and possibly Councillor Bartlett will be able to back me up on this. If you are recruiting a council corporate director, you have multiple panels, of which there will be all sorts of different people. There will be stakeholder panels, there will be a councillor panel, there would be a officer panel, and therefore, if we're following the council's corporate director recruitment policy, we would never have a single interview that gave somebody a job with a massive salary. I mean, that's what's wrong here. So whilst I totally understand your concern, I think the circumstances were unique here because a corporate director, and I'm sure Councillor Beasley will back me up here, you wouldn't go through a single panel, and it would be, you would be getting the feedback from each of those panels to determine the outcome. And that's why I think if you have that equivalent corporate director recruitment, the rest of it falls away naturally. But I do think we need to put on the action tracker to understand more about what the policy is and to ensure it applies to all companies.
Yeah, I agree. I understand exactly what you're getting at with that, and I support that. But I think that when we look at the policy overall, we can look at that as well as part of that. So please, can that be reflected on the action tracker? Assuming you will support that. Okay. Right. Let's move on to recommendation 3. Councillors who are also company directors may proffer evidence or advice to the council when and if invited to do so, but must not be party to and take part in voting, making a decision of the council affecting the company. Mr. Stannard, would you like to comment a little bit on the impact of this? Of the spot bit, isn't it?
I don't think I can add anything. I just think it stands alone, and yeah, it's
Yeah, Councillor Slade.
I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to process this. That if let's go back a few months to when I was chair of Seascape. If Seascape annual plan that involved not just a document of annual plan, but the spending of a load of money were to come to council, and I was the chair of Seascape, I would probably expect to present that report, and then I would expect to leave the meeting and not vote on it, because that is how, is that not how our conflicts work, in the same way as if we've got a child at a school that's got a £2 million spend, we withdraw. So I think it's correct that they shouldn't. I'm just wondering now why that never happened. But obviously we have a different monitoring officer and everything now. But it's pretty obvious, isn't it, if you think about it? Unless I've misunderstood what it's suggesting.
Mrs. Stannard.
no, you haven't, Councillor Slade. Again, the genesis of this recommendation is that a company director's responsibilities can never be waived, but exactly. So so there's an inherent conflict of interest, and therefore councillors must exclude themselves from the council element, because they can never exclude themselves from the company element responsibilities.
Oh, that's helpful context to that. I'm sure we'd all be supportive of that recommendation. Good. All right. Recommendation 4. For all existing council companies, ensure that the required, approved, agreed governance documents are actually in place and up to date. Now, on this, I note that we have a briefing in, I think it's September, on council-owned companies in the round. So some of this we can bring up there, but as a in principle, obviously, I'm supportive of that. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I sort of wonder if that needs to be extended, because what we had here was a company being set up and operating before the governance was put in place. It may have been the intention that governance was to come in place, but the report says it didn't happen, or the required level of governance we saw. I think there needs to be time constrained as well. And I think the key thing here is that before the council commits money to a company, the governance document should be put in place, whether that's a business case for that company being set up. One would assume when we establish a new company, this is not for existing companies, because in theory there should be articles and governance in place. We have appointed directors already for existing companies, but if for some point in the future we were to set up another development company or a purchasing company, or enter in a future, not just companies, but maybe an agreement with a joint venture organisation. I think the key thing to do there is we need to tie that to the approval thing, that as part of a business case, as you know, I mean, I've written business cases in government departments, and I think it's quite important that you don't commit money until you have established a business case. And the business case for setting up a new body or company or partnering arrangement is that you go through that business case and you have that point where you say, right, what is the governance? And the Treasury Green Book on establishing business cases, governance is part of that. And I think that's very important that we put that in place, is that it is part of the process of establishment that we have that agreed governance. I think it's different for existing as to proposed bodies, companies, or partnering arrangements.
Thank you. I see that our external auditor representative Jeanette has put her hand up. Thank you for joining, and grateful to hear your thoughts on this. You're on mute.
Good point. I've been on mute so long. Sorry, Chair, I'd omitted that. I was just going to say, I mean, if you are looking to set up a new company, a good practice would suggest that the first thing you should be doing is an options appraisal. You should be weighing up the pros and cons and benefits of setting up that company before, and on that basis, you make your decision. That was all I was going to add to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I think that leads on from the point I was going to make, was that things like the options appraisal, the business case, that was all done. That all went through cabinet, full cabinet scrutiny. I think this is more thinking about things like the resource agreement, which has to be done once the company has a staff to work that through. And that's the challenge, is that they needed the funds to have the staff who can work out what that looks like in practice, draft it, get it agreed. The problem was there was no driver to have that done by a certain time. So that's my understanding, is I think it's thinking about more of that sort of operational documents, but please jump in if that's not right.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was trying to differentiate in recommendation 4 and 5 between existing and new, and my thoughts were, okay, you've heard about future places, but you know we've got 5 other companies, and you probably want assurance that the governance documents are in place for those 5 other companies. So that was my thinking on that recommendation 4, and then Councillor Tarling's point's probably more prevalent to recommendation 5, with the link to before we incur cost.
No, thank you. That's really helpful. Maybe we should have considered 4 and 5 together. So 4 is for existing council companies. We check that the governance documents are all up to date. I think we can probably all agree with that. And I think the deep dive in September might be a good opportunity to do that. So for recommendation 5, for any new council company to be set up in future, all governance documents must be agreed and signed by the council and company representatives within 6 months of company incorporation date. Any exceptions must be escalated to the shareholder advisory board by the shareholder representative and company secretary. I think that is that speaks to the points that you raised before. Oh, sorry, Mr.
My only caveat there was I picked 6 months as a finger out the air, and committee might think, no, that's too long. 3 months, 2 months, 1 month, but it's a judgment call.
Thank you, Councillor Tully.
Yeah, I mean, that comes on to the point I was making about the financial investment decision that's made. And you might incorporate a company and leave it on the shelf for 3 years, with a view to getting established. 6 months might not be long enough, or it might be in some case you're going to set up a special purpose vehicle, special purpose company, literally to start a development straight away, and 6 months is so. Again, I think it's a good guess, but it's a guess. I think that the trigger for that isn't the time. I think it's the financial investment.
So my only concern with that is that they would need some financial investment to get employees to then do this. That's my only concern.
So I am happy, for the purposes of the discussion, to second Councillor Salmon's recommendation 5 replacement, because I think it has legs. However, I'm going to caveat that, Councillor Salmon, by saying I think it's too detailed, because I think that there are some of those things that, such as borrowing and drawing substantial funding and entering contracts, those I think shouldn't be done until those things are in place. I think you're absolutely right. My concern is that, again, by listing everything in the way that you have, it may hamstring. So I equally think 6 months is too long. As Councillor Bartlett just said to me, how much money had Future Places spent in 6 months, and it could be counterproductive in thinking, oh, we'll just ram a load of money in, you know, before that time when the governance comes down. So I think it would be useful to find some middle ground between the two.
I wonder if the external auditor, Jeanette, has helpfully commented, what about before it becomes operational? So interesting thoughts on that. So my reflection is just from looking into the rationale behind the resource agreement not being signed. That is something that needs to be thrashed out by employees of a company, and they need some funds to hire the people to do that, and how to provide for enough money to get the company to do the governance, to provide the governance documents, but not so much money that it becomes, you know, it's a substantial investment. So interested, Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because what we saw when Future Places was set up, of course, it was agreed that it'd be funded from the revenue account, but nobody really knew what that really meant. And it was not after just a few months, they recognised that that wasn't affordable, and that's why they changed the financial model for it. But as I say, a lot of that was generated by the additional tasking was put in by the commissioning, which was not controlled. You know, it was completely out of control, you know, the expenditure. So need some mechanism to make sure that doesn't happen again. And you should know in advance, I guess, what it is you're going to be doing and how much it's going to cost before you authorise it.
I think we can come up with Councillor Salmon, I'll leave you first. I'm just thinking, I think we could probably come up with a form of words for an additional recommendation here, which basically makes that point, but perhaps in broader terms. But please go first.
I was going to say just that I'd be happy with somebody who knows more about running a company than me coming up with a slightly better list. I do think you need that list though, because I think the suggestion of before they're operational is good, but actually vagueness leaves wiggle room, and we have seen how actually even with very little wiggle room there were problems. I mean, that anything that's subjective, you can drive a mile through it. I want something that is quite prescriptive. I mean, I would say no money is handed over, but obviously that's not technical enough, you know, and that doesn't cover everything. You can maybe do things that mean you're going to be obligated to do it. But yeah, if somebody else can do a smarter way of defining what operational means, I also think the everything after until all required governance, that could probably be boiled down and made more sensible. But yeah, I think 6 months is too long.
Councillor Bartlett, please.
Yeah, of course, you know, this is a dichotomy that if the standard financial controls that council have to normally use through the constitution were in place and had to be adhered to by everything the council does, then that would have been it would have been an issue. But what you've got to compare that against trying to achieve something outside of the constraints that you have by using public money. And that's what was happening in this case. Public money was being used to hopefully generate some regeneration quickly using market techniques out with the normal controls of public expenditure. It doesn't fit very comfortably, in my view. In fact, the council's involvement in all of these type of issues, I believe, you know, particularly when a council is also an enforcement agency, but it's dealing with commercial issues on the hand, and it's creating companies in order to function in that area. It's a contradiction, and it doesn't sit well either way. It really doesn't sit well, and so the whole thing about creating commercial companies in order to bypass those standard controls is in my view questionable.
How about we just replicate existing recommendation 5? So we state the same thing again, but instead of within 6 months, we say before substantial funds are committed by the council. Thoughts on that as a Councillor Salmon?
My only worry is they may not have, you know, begun substantial operations, but they may have entered into, you know, material contracts or whatever. It's for vagueness. It's for what are they going to try and get away with? If it's, sorry, I say what are they going to try and get away with? I think we do have to make sure our governance is almost set up for the very worst people being in these places. That's what you've got to plan for. You know, you don't set up your triaging system for the healthiest patients. You set it up for the unhealthiest patients. Our governance has to be able to handle people with maybe the best intentions but the worst abilities. You know, and so I'm happy for somebody else to tweak that list, but almost it probably needs to be longer rather than shorter.
Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, okay, just very quickly, I think it could be a lot shorter. And I think if it's a tackle company, it should adhere to the standard financial controls that are in the Constitution. You know, if it's a tackle company, it's fully accountable, it's fully owned by the council, it should follow those regulations. And if it does that, it wouldn't have had these issues.
Did it not?
I think the problem is there's governance documents that don't exist for you know, a tackle company is specific. Yes, we've got financial regulations. We've got one of my other recommendations is we should specify that all of our council policies, so we exercise the control of the company test, should apply. But these documents were specific to the relationship between the council and a company, so they're specific for, and so they don't exist in normal parlance and normal codes of conduct or financial regs or whatever it might be. You know, they're specialist documents for the relationship.
I do understand that. What I'm suggesting is, I understand how it was. What I'm suggesting is that in the future, we should make sure that those companies operate to the financial controls that we normally operate within.
Mr. Senna.
Just building on what you said, Chair, around substantial expenditure before substantial, and obviously that's subjective, and people can say, well, we don't really, you know, substantial is one number to one person and something. You could just say that the business case that is put forward and the options appraised, you know, the council agrees a number. You can't spend more than 100,000, and that would allow the appointment of an MD, the appointment of for 2 months. So you articulate it in words rather than.
Sorry, Councillor Tarley's waiting patiently.
Yeah, Mr. Zanner said exactly what I was going to say. Was about that when you set up a company or set up even a project, you know, it's right to establish something like some sort of seed money, and before you go into contract, you might issue a letter of intent which is backed up by. And again, there's a financial limit to it, and I think what Mr. Sanders has just said there is absolutely spot on. Is that we set out that it is a requirement of the business case proposal document that it goes before the council for agreement. So it might be only £100,000 for consultant fees and surveys or reports. It might be £1 million, it might be £8 million, depending upon the size of it. If we were going to rebuild Bournemouth Pier, for example, you know, you want to spend £1 million to find out whether it's worth, you know, even starting a design process on it. So there's things like that you don't want to quantify it at the moment, but you do need to set the route to get there. And I think that the route is that a business case is put with a certain amount of money to it. So you have again, I'm applying central government things. You start off with an outline business case, which will be prepared by officers, not necessarily outside. So that is you then a proportionate cost inside the council to be spent internally for officers to prepare an outline business case for creation of a special purpose company or another company. You then, part of that would be then to set the budget for the next one. But each stage, each gateway, it comes either to cabinet or to full council or to a relevant committee for review. And I would suggest, I mean, we are the audit committee, that maybe we need to establish a process by which, you know, we have an oversight, and it comes to this committee, let's say XYZ company, a proposal, we're going to redevelop, we're going to build a new pier in Christchurch or something like that, and you know, we go through a process of outline business case, full business case before we go to it, and that we set out that that route, and the fact that it comes to this committee before going to cabinet or to full committee. And again, we've set already in our that there are certain trigger points at which we spend money and it goes to full council. So we've already got that in place. So I don't think we need to rewrite that.
Maybe. So it sounds like what we were thinking is some sort of recommendation, like the business case for any new council-owned company. The business case should determine the funds needed to start to set up the business, but there must all governance documents must be in place before then the kind of that next phase, which is then commencing operations, getting the money that isn't seed money. That sounds kind of Councillor Slade.
So, okay, I recognise that some members of the committee weren't councillors in the period 2019 to 2023. But there's a couple of points. The first is this did go through council. There was a majority, there was sufficient votes for the council to vote these things through. It was the will of the it wasn't the will of the whole council, it was the will of the administration to do certain things, and they were given this huge chunk of money. So therefore we're sort of talking over creating something that did happen, but it used different words. But the point I wanted to make before you started going into a lot of detail, and I thought, it sounds like what we did go through, and some of us were objecting because we didn't like it, and that's absolutely fine and dandy. We didn't have enough votes to stop it. The administration had enough votes to get it through. There was a process. There was this inner circle shenanigan thing that decided the route. That's all fine. But we already have a scheme of delegation. My question for Mr. Stannard or anyone really is, what is the figure? Because I think it's somewhere around £100,000 probably. What is the figure at which an officer of a certain level can actually approve? So it's £1 million for anything above that, £1 million is full council. Cabinet's another figure.
£500,000.
£500,000.
Yeah.
What is the figure for a sort of corporate director level? Because if that figure's £100,000, then they already have the ability in their scheme of delegation to approve up to £100,000. And if you were setting up something new that needed, that was a strategic decision, it would already be coming to council, and that would come with a financial business plan. So I know it went wrong, and for some of us, it went morally wrong as well as financially wrong. But I think we're talking over something that did happen. It just didn't have the outcome that some of us wanted. So that's where I'm a bit baffled.
I take your point. We're not saying that this didn't go through cabinet. It should go through cabinet. It should go through council. I think what's different was that nowhere does it stipulate by when governance documents need to be in place. And if that was written somewhere, then that could have been pointed. If it's not written down somewhere, it's no one's job to prompt and say, "Hey, that's not been said."
So I agree with you, but I just think what Councillor Tarling was going into a lot of detail about numbers is probably a little bit more than we need.
How about something like the business case for any future council-owned company has to stipulate the point at which governance documents have to be signed, and this should be before substantial further funding decisions, something like that. So we're just saying that the business case has to decide this, and then it's in the business case, and then it can be gone back to. What about that, Councillor Sam?
I think that's pretty much it, isn't it? So it's that the business case has to contain an explanation of what activity can the company do prior to all of the governance documents being done, and what is it going to do? What is it going to do after that? Yeah, I think that works. So for any new council company to be set up in the future, a plan for activity that is permissible prior to any governance documents being completed, such as entering into material contracts, borrowing money, or drawing on council funding. Yep, that's what we're saying. So if the business plan has to contain that detail, that's our additional recommendation. That gets round trying to list everything now in this recommendation. I'm fine with that. That would be my motion then that I would propose.
And that would vary depending on the business case at the time and how long they think is needed to get these documents in place. officers? Do you have any thoughts on concerns about that? Not like putting you on the spot there. No, I don't mean to give a formal view on it or anything. I just mean if you had any observations on whether you think it would be difficult in practice.
Being slightly facetious, the all of that is unlikely to be less than 6 months.
Chair, I do recall that the Future Places business plan didn't emerge for many, many months after it commenced operations. May even have been a year.
This is the business. Exactly, this is the business case, though. That's the business case for setting it up, which has the options appraisal.
Okay.
And then they worked on the business plan with
there
that
was a
seed
business
money.
case. There was a business case there. The only thing that, and I think what you're focused in on, is that the governance arrangements were not necessarily, well, they may have been identified but not implemented in the timescales that they ought to have been. For example, the commissioning agreement, which was a vital part of it, and that I don't think ever got signed. So I think that was a really key one, because it was the commissioning that got out of control that were driving the extra costs, and eventually, frightened everybody to death how quickly all the money was being spent.
So would you like to restate that proposed new recommendation?
Yeah, so to be clear, it's that when the business case is put to council, put to cabinet and all of that, for the new company to be set up, it must set out what activity is permissible prior to all of those different governance documents being set up. So if for something like the commissioning for Future Places, it would say, before we fill out all of our governance documents, we are going to do a ton of commissioning, and we're going to hire a managing director, and that is our plan. So it would have to say, this is what we're going to do. So at least, and you're right, we could have a majority of councillors who still force that through and go, oh yeah, although that sounds awful on paper, we're going to push it through. That's democracy. It's the worst of all the systems apart from the other ones. But at least it would be put there in plain, in black and white. These are the things that we are prepared to let happen before those documents are done and dusted. So that, yeah, I think that fixes the 6-month problem, doesn't it?
So, sorry, I've gone on.
Chair, I think I was just thinking on the hoop there, and I'd mentioned to Mr. Stannard about the Shareholder Operations Board and the Shareholder Advisory Boards, which a great deal of work went into and is live. Something just struck me that there is perhaps an extra tick box on the officer side, that for any company set up, the chief executive is the appointed officer to be the shareholder representative. So therefore it will be the chief executive who effectively has that responsibility. I wonder whether you could consider recommending a requirement that any new company first goes through those boards, because if it's gone through those boards and it's still recommended, then in some respects, I don't know how much more better you can get from an officer side, because those officers who are appointed to those boards by default are the strategy officers, who are ultimately responsible for the legality, the finance, and the shareholder representative and the chief executive. I wonder that's a very quick win, in that they have to be involved, or at least have to, if you like, be part of that report before it gets anywhere near cabinet or council, because they have to be fully aware of it. That might just be, that system's already in place. They meet, they govern, that's there to recommend whether the director comes off, comes on, is replaced, and nothing can happen without them once a company's been formed. But I wonder whether you could also use those boards before you get to that point. Just a thought.
I like that idea. I think that sounds to me like an extra one we should do. I'm just wondering, just in terms of closing this one off, something like the business case for any future council and company must set out what activity may take place in advance of governance documents being agreed, and in advance. How about and in advance of contractual arrangements or significant funding commitments being made by the council. How does, yeah.
I'd be happy to delegate to, you're much better at writing this stuff than me, Councillor Connolly. I'd be quite happy to propose that you go away and come up with some lovely wording to add as that additional recommendation. That would be my motion. Because I think we know what the shape of that one is, don't we? We've discussed it to death. I'm happy to propose that. If I've got a seconder, bish bash bosh.
I'd second that. So the business case for any future council-owned company must set out what activity may take place in advance of governance documents being agreed and in advance of contractual arrangements and substantive funding commitments being made by the council. Something like that, but maybe seek some advice from officers. Do we have agreement for that?
Yep.
Excellent. I think that's a good extra one. I mean, I think in reality the 6 months is probably fine, but we're being extra cautious. Okay. Should we speak now about the recommendation that monitoring officer just made, or let's do that after we've gone through the recommendations? Let's remember that one. Okay, where are we? Recommendation 6. The council should.
Chair, could you take 6 and 7 sort of together?
Thank you.
They're very much sort of linked.
Yeah, the council should predefine in the shareholder agreement or other suitable governance document what natural evolution of a project looks like and what is a more fundamental tangent sub-project from any original cabinet or council agreed commissioning plan or business plan project. Yes, and then 7 is further, what is the trigger that means a decision is required from councillors by the cabinet to materially evolve a project. This could be a budget increase or decrease, for example, as a proxy. Mrs. Anad.
So yeah, so these 2 recommendations are trying to address the so-called mission creep or scope creep that was alluded to in some eyes of some people. Yeah, that's the aim of this recommendation.
I'm happy to support them. I think that seems eminently sensible. If it's predefined, then it's quite easy to see where the scope expands. And if it's not well defined,
again, I'm suggesting that shareholder advisory board that Robin just talked about is a good vehicle for that decision to be made.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that. Any comments on that, or do we all think that they seem sensible to me?
Agreed.
Agreed. Right. Recommendation 8. As a matter of formal policy, the council should determine whether, to evidence the TECL decisive control test, council TECL companies should follow all council policies or some key council policies, or be free to operate their own policies agreed by the company board. So this is that a TECL company you have to be able to demonstrate the council the control in place. So this is to emphasize that.
One of the control tests is you have to be able to demonstrate that you exercise the same control of a TECL company as very similar to an in-house department.
So this is saying that they're gonna follow the councils unless there's particularly good reasons why, in which the board is able to do that, because then that would be documented and go through the process. I think Councillor Bartlett was first.
Yeah, this is what I was getting at just now. What I find incredible is that, and I remember when the case for Future Places was being made, how we were reassured, because it was a TECL company, that it would be subject to the normal council controls and we'd have full accountability, transparency and all the rest of it. It didn't happen. It just didn't happen, and that's the issue. It was supposed to, but it didn't happen.
Mrs. Sano.
Can I just clarify with Councillor Butt? So, Council for Future Places agreed some council policy. So, for example, financial regs. It said in advance, Future Places must follow the council's financial regs. But it also said for various HR policies, because of the proportionate nature of our policies compared to a company that might have 30 employees, some of our disproportionate HR policies are not appropriate. So I think this recommendation is trying to give that wriggle room.
Yeah, I do recall that actually. I mean, I'm just talking about the general principle of how a technical company is viewed and the general, sort of transparency of its operations that you would expect from from a council department. That was the assurance we were given. But that's the bit that didn't happen. I'm not quite sure why it didn't.
Well, I think in some areas it's difficult. The purpose of it was to do things differently, and that I think having that process of having that rationale documented, I think is a good one. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I'm just struggling with the last line of that is or some key council policies or be free to operate their own policies agreed by the company board. I think that should be. It sounds like the company can agree to not follow council policies if the company decides not to. So we've appointed maybe a council director or something. So I think it needs to be. If it's a technical company, it's got to be under control. So that sort of goes against the technical regulation. So I would suggest that it just says either via consultation with the shareholder advisory board, or in agreement with the shareholder advisory board, not the company board. Have I misunderstood
I think it's saying that the council should determine whether or not they should have to take council policies, or whether the council are happy for them to develop their own policies. That's my understanding. The council can say, actually, we want you to sort yourself out on this policy, but it's the council's decision.
Yeah, I don't read it as that. I read it as the company can decide it.
The council should determine whether council tech or company should follow all council policies or some council policies, or be free to operate their own policies.
Definitely a council decision, but if the council decides that said company doesn't need to follow the council's whistleblowing policy, for example, are we, I think what you're saying, Councillor Tarling, we should be assuring ourselves that the whistleblowing policy they are going to follow is appropriate, and we might want some skin in the game on that. And I agree. So the wording could be slightly tweaked there, because that's not what I intended, that the board would just agree their own whistleblowing policy. If the council said, yeah, agree your own.
Yeah, I'm just saying, should we, would you feel that you can reword yours to better reflect what you meant, or do you think we should highlight that as an extra?
I think you should. I think you should highlight it separately as your recommendation to adjust my recommendation.
Fine. So let me propose then, or somebody else propose, as a matter of formal policy, the council should determine whether to evidence the tech or decide. How about we just say council tech or companies should follow all council policies unless the council agrees otherwise, something like that.
Yeah, a whistleblowing policy would be a good example. Yeah, or by agreement, or I don't want to introduce a new word here, but or by derogation agreed with the council, or variation agreed by the council. Yeah, it's just that what Mr. Stannard mentioned. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it meant. It just doesn't read like that to me. So it's just literally tweaking that wording, just so it sounds like it's the council's decision. It's not the company board's decision, because it's a bit ambiguous, that phrase, I think.
So should we just replicate that and say, as a matter of formal policy, the council should determine whether, to evidence the tech or decisive control test, council tech or company should follow all council policies, and then in brackets, or agree alternative policies that may be used instead. Yeah. Okay. Did you catch that?
Which one? Yours or Councillor Tarling's?
Councillor Tarling, fair. As a matter of formal policy, the council should determine whether, to evidence the TECL decisive control test, council TECL companies should follow all council policies. And then in brackets, what was your words?
I used the word derogate, but I did hear you just say should. I think the
Council
I'd like to strengthen that and say will.
Should follow all council policies.
Yeah. Should is a bit loose. Will is definitive.
Okay, will follow all council policies, and then in brackets, unless explicitly agrees otherwise with the council. Yeah. Once we see these written down, we'll do a grammar check. Good. Okay. I suppose that was mine, really. I didn't mean for it to be my proposal. Do we have a seconder for that? Do we have support for that? Excellent. Right. Recommendation 9, publish public reports, all BCP council, TECL companies' business plans and financial information, including budgets and financial outturn. Yeah, I'm fine with that. No issues on that one. I'll try and do these a bit quicker so that we can get to the meaty ones. Oh, yep, Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, we're very good at saying we're going to publish reports. Again, it's the when we do it. I think we say, oh, we're going to publish a public report, and it's the timing of it. And I would suggest it's within the matches the financial reporting process.
Yeah.
I mean, all you publish public reports. I mean, obviously accounts are the ones that we have a time thing on. So in the case of a new business, you set your reporting thing up to the tax man, and it's it's a year plus the bits or pieces that you established it. So I'd say in accordance with the again within the accordance with the council's financial reporting time frame, maybe.
So how about a new recommendation? All BCP council, TECL company business plans and financial information, including budgets and financial outturns, are to be published in line with the financial reporting cycle. I'm looking at you, Nigel.
Yeah. Again, it's a bit like the issue earlier. The council standard reporting cycle is fundamentally different to a company reporting cycle because of the period they have to present and construct accounts to the company's house. So yeah, we might just need to take that one away and have a better think.
Some other words along the lines of the annual financial reporting cycle, but worded to make sure that you don't think that could fall.
I was thinking in my head when I was thinking maybe we need to report annually within X months or within X months of the deadline to company's house, something like that. We can have a play.
I'm happy to take that away with you in time for the minutes for this will be in the minutes of the next meeting. So by then we can establish a form of words and I can circulate to you by email. So if you don't think it's materially what was agreed, we can discuss. Councillor Tarling?
Yeah, I mean the backstop would be we've got our external auditor here. Is that you'd expect that if the audit period by our external auditor we've had a company operating, then the report should be available for the external auditor so it should be published about the same time that they're released to our external auditor. So I mean that might actually be quite a considerable time, but because we have had some delays in auditor reports, but I think it's putting it as a backstop, as a it shall not exceed, rather than you don't have to report on a certain period. Thanks.
What if we just said on an annual basis? Then we're not just saying exactly when it has to be. We're just saying as long as you report annually, it's not going to be. Yeah, it's not going to. It's never going to be more than a year late, right? If they report annually, Councillor Slade.
Shouldn't audit and governance be, we every year there are certain things that come to audit and governance in terms of quarterly internal audit, inspection, and the annual. Should it not go on the annual cycle for a report on the? And if that goes on the annual cycle, if these, let's imagine a few years down the line, there's half a dozen of these and they're all plopped around the year, it would just be very bitty. But if part of the annual cycle is that audit and governance annually collected them together and published them, it would just be very transparent, and it would allow for a review from a committee like this that actually says, what's the state of our tackle companies? I think it would allow us to have a point in time. Yes, they'd be in different parts of the cycle, but if you had it every year, you'd make sure it came forward.
Sounds like you're proposing an extra recommendation, which is that audit and governance get an annual update on the.
I am very happy to propose that.
The
if
business
I have a
plans,
seconder.
financial information, budgets,
Can I have a
financial
seconder?
outturn of all BCP council tackle companies. That's the proposer.
Very happy. Have a seconder.
Excellent. Let's hear how any concerns with that wording.
Could I just ask Matt Filmer, I think he's online, whether the statement of accounts already does that?
Through you, Chair. It doesn't, no. So we do produce group accounts for the council, but they do not incorporate all of the council-owned companies, only the ones that are material. So that includes Russell Coates and the 5 Parks because of their asset value. The rest aren't incorporated. We do take a company outturn reports as part of the outturn reporting to Cabinet, which are produced, and they were produced for the 25-26 outturn. But in terms of a deep dive in terms of the accounts and the balance sheet, etc., that isn't something we do at the moment.
In terms of how onerous that would be, these presumably these are all reports that are available already. How onerous would it be to bring them to A&G on an annual basis?
It wouldn't be too onerous because they're produced already for the company boards, so they're available. The only one to perhaps just consider is Tricuro, which kind of sits outside our normal remit in terms of the company boards and that. So we just have to think about how we'd incorporate Tricuro in that, but we can consider it. It's fine.
Thank you very much for that, monitoring officer.
Yeah, Chair, again, it may help rather than reinventing half the wheel, because I think we're sort of halfway there. To be clear, the Constitution already provides that the Shareholder Advisory Board, once a year, shall receive annual reports and annual accounts from companies, and performance monitoring twice a year as a minimum. I just wonder whether a quick win might be that Audit and Governance shall receive a report. You could do 6 monthly, you could do annually from a shareholder representative or their delegate, as in the Chief Executive, who might not be best placed to attend, but they will be officer, the head of internal audit, to disclose what they have at that and at those particular times. Because ultimately, I think, let's not forget the premise that these boards were established in order to try and remedy some of the governance concerns that were there, and also just to bring alive to the fact that there's resourcing within each of these teams that have lots of other work to do as well, and they will receive reports. And if we're receiving reports to this board, to then receive further reports to this committee, it may just be simply that there's a biannual summons of the shareholder representative constitutionally who's accountable for receiving those reports, and if they haven't got them, they will have to explain why they haven't got them.
Councillor Slade.
Having chaired one of those until recently, and I shall reserve judgment on the detail, I think it would be beneficial for the public to understand what they're for and for there to be a report, because our board meetings were not public, and therefore it could be seen as not being particularly transparent. So actually having those come, and you could invite the chairs of those companies to come up to that meeting so that, you know, members of the committee can ask them questions. To me, it just, if you're, particularly if you're going to continue with councillors on the board, but even if you're not, if you've got an external person who's chairing it, even more important that the committee has the opportunity. So I think it's a missing link that we should deal with, and it would hold those people to account.
I think that is a useful suggestion. I do think we should go with the recommendation to have the shareholder advisory board link to the A&G committee. But I think this is a separate separate annual update. Did you get that, or should we try to state it again? That the Audit and Governance Committee receive an annual report on the business plans, financial information, including budgets and financial outturn of all BCP Council TECL companies. I think that covers that. And you know, if for some reason there are challenges with that, we can address them along the way. But I think as a principle, that will enhance oversight. Good. Okay. Agreed. First form proposer, seconder. It was right. Recommendation 10. Full P&L accounts should be filed delivered to the registrar at company's house to enhance transparency and public understanding. Yeah, agree with that. I think that's straightforward. Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, I just think that's a mandatory requirement now as the law's changed on company reporting. You have to file a P&L. It might not be made public, but you have to file it.
Councillor Bartlett is correct, but it wasn't at the time of writing this.
Interesting. I mean, I'm happy with it being there anyway. It's a finding of that it's important, but okay, that good. Recommendation 11. Any proposal or business plan where any bonus payment scheme is suggested must be firstly agreed by the shareholder advisory board and then by full council. Yeah, I think that's a good one. Very happy with that. I suppose the question is whether or not so maybe if I'm being very critical with Future Places, it was agreed that there would be a bonus scheme, and the Future Places board set up a remuneration committee, as any company would do appropriately, and that had authority for the bonus payment. So kind of technically it was already agreed by cabinet that there would be a bonus scheme. I wonder if we should go further and say any specific bonus payments recommended by a company's remuneration board needs to come back to council. I think that's what we're talking about, going one further than that. I mean, I agree with this very much, but I wonder if we could be more further, because the scheme itself was approved by council. I think Councillor Andrews, I think you went first.
Yeah, thank you for that. It says bonus. I would like to probably bonus or other incentive scheme. I think there was one big institution where by the chairman was challenged, or was it the MD was challenged, said, well, no, it wasn't a bonus, it was an incentive. And so I didn't get a bonus, and he was trying to sidestep the fact that he didn't get a bonus. So I would, any bonus or incentive scheme.
Councillor Bartlett, did you want to come in on a point of correction first?
The reason I made it in this recommendation in those words is that you're correct, Councillor Connolly, that the principle of a bonus payment was made in the business plan, but the council didn't agree what the scheme would look like. Was it 2%, 3%, 5%, or a fixed fee, a fixed sum, or a percentage of something else? So what I'm saying there, that the council should decide. I don't think the council needs to agree that we will pay X, £2.50. It's what is the scheme? Is it a percentage scheme? Is it a different scheme? Is it to everybody? Does it exclude directors? Does it, what is it?
I think that's helpful, because my reading was that this is about just sort of more like the principle of having a bonus scheme. But I think you're right. It's the scheme itself must be agreed. I wonder if that's brought out enough, or whether or not we should emphasise in the minutes or something that's the intent by that. Councillor Bartlett.
Just a point of clarification, I wasn't aware that the bonus scheme had been agreed in principle. Could you just tell us, you said it was in the business plan? Was that the business plan that was published a year after they'd started, or was it at the outset?
At the outset.
It was at the outset?
Yeah. It clearly said in both business plans, actually the updated one as well, that a bonus scheme would exist for employees.
I was unaware of that.
And Lord Kerslake, when he became chair, he did the first the remuneration committee, and he had delegated authority from that to approve that, and that was all in line with company law. And I think what's important on this is that kind of the purpose of setting it up was around attracting talent and competing with the private sector, and so there was a lot of discussion around that time of, well, you need to be able to offer what salaries in the private sector. So I think as long as it's brought out that it's the scheme itself needs council approval and not just the company board's approval, I'm happy with that. It's just a question of whether or not we think that is there's not any ambiguity there. I wouldn't want anyone saying, well, they were aware there's going to be bonuses and that counts. So does anyone think that needs to be specified in more depth? I'm inclined to think it's clear. I think that's fine. We don't need another one there. But maybe the minutes could just flag that we think it's the scheme itself, the amount, the payment, the bonus payment structure has to go to council. Yeah. 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 Good. All right. 12. Shareholder agreement. Reserved matters pages that may be enhanced by subsections. Yeah. It may be appropriate that for certain reserved matters, the approval by full council should apply, whereas other reserved matters may be approved by some other decision maker. Proportionality being the driver of this decision. Now, I've already talked to Ms. Sadat about this. When you say proportionality being the driver of this decision, you mean that when council sets out and defines the reserved matters, they might want to take proportionality into account in deciding what has to go to full council, what can be delegated. But there's no subjectivity there. There's not going to be any ambiguity about what has to go to full council, what can't.
I'm saying there again for clarity that council, in each time a reserved matters schedule is agreed, council should decide what are reserved matters for full council, for the shareholder representative, for whoever the decision maker is. Council should approve that at the onset.
Yeah, I'm happy to agree with that on that understanding. That's what is meant. I think that would really help. Any comments, or should we move on? Right. Recommendation 13. The council should stipulate that future declarations of interest made by company directors should be more than just a list of entities or bodies. The actual interest should be clearly recorded, such as a member of, director of, and should include whether the interest is paid, non-paid, voluntary, on the basis of their roles as a councillor or MP or similar. Yeah, I think that's I very much support that. I mean, I wonder if, in the same way as we made a reference to council procedures, is there something to be said for like a general recommendation around we expect that the declarations of a techo company should be at least as robust or thorough as that of councillors and council officers. So if we improve things for council officers, it would improve. You see what I mean there? Can I ask Nigel to come in on that?
Yeah, there is a word of caution there, is because it is the individual's responsibility to determine what is a declaration and what is not a declaration. So there isn't a list predefined per se, because as you probably remember, when I presented the declarations of officers report here, my declaration of interest is probably a lot more substantive than other people's because of my role in the council and the perception the public might have in what I can influence and the decisions I can and can't make. So there's not a one size fits all for every officer. It's different depending on what you can influence and what is relevant.
Councillor Slade. Oh, sorry, Councillor Salmon, you were first.
This is one of the ones where I want to beef it up because I think even if you make the argument there's not a problem with nepotism in local government, there is certainly a problem of there is a perception of nepotism in local government. I think that's quite common whenever I talk to anybody about, I won't say anything offensive. Anyway, I've gone a bit further. So I've been more explicit about what the declaration should be. I mean, you've all read it. I'd just be interested to hear everybody else's thoughts on that.
So should I just read out what it says for the benefit of the public? So that this is that it should be expanded to require disclosure of current, previous employment, consultancy, business relationships, close personal family relationships, relevant political employment, party offices, substantial campaigning relationships, unpaid directorships, trusteeships, organisational memberships, ongoing negotiations capable of creating a future financial interest, and relationships with prospective employees, contractors, consultants, landlord, or suppliers. And then it goes on to say this must be referred to the monitoring officer before being involved in recruitment, procurement, commissioning other services. And the monitoring officer must issue a written determination recording whether the individual may participate or must withdraw, or whether additional safeguards are needed. Councillor Slade.
Yes, so I agree with Mr. Stannard in that it is not the responsibility of the monitoring officer to determine whether something is an interest. Obviously, I have a very substantial document in Parliament around our interests, as do all of our members of staff now. But when councillors are elected, and presumably officers have something similar, our declaration of interest form is in different sections. So, for example, if we are a member of a political party, it is supposed to be on our register of interest. If we are a member of the National Trust or any other organ, they're all supposed to be there. So why do we not simply require the same register of interests that are used for council officers, or in the case of independent members, councillors, as we would use for an employee? Then you've got the same thing. I think the difficulty with talking about relationship with prospective employees, contractors, consultants, landlord, suppliers, you don't know who they're going to be. So you might not have a relationship with somebody, and then something comes down the line. You can't fortune tell, and you can't list everyone you've ever worked with in the past, because it is your legal responsibility for you to decide and for you to disclose it within a period of time. So I hear where Councillor Salmon's coming from. I don't think it would be lawful, but I do think a simple solution is to use the same documentation that we use elsewhere. And I think there is a potential of, the problem we have is if someone fails to disclose. So if we go to the situation of one of the directors who must have had a relationship with the person they were buying a property from, and that property which Future Places moved into completed the day after that person faced election, although they were legally still a councillor, that they didn't just bump into them in the street that day. They will have had months of negotiation, and in the period of time up to the day of that completion, that relationship should have been disclosed. So at that point, it was on them to make that recommendation. The difficulty is we have no way, once someone's decided to step down, to deal with it. So I'd like to add that we should write with this as a case study to ask the LGA to review what is or is not a disclosable interest, and what measures the LGA will do to support, because I think this is really key. That thing happening is one of the most that and the employment of the MD are the two things in my mind which are unacceptable. The rest of it, you could argue there was a political right to do that. But those two things were the two killer things. And if we can do anything from this, if we're going to learn real lessons, we take that evidence and we pass it to an LGA and we ask them to lobby for a change using this as an example. But I think from the point of view of Councillor Salmon's recommendation, I think the simple form is probably the answer.
Thank you. That's helpful. Did you want to come in there?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to say, I think there's a difference between company directors who are on the boards now or who may be, and the will of council, which those directors would not normally be members, and in which case they will be officers. And if they're officers, then they would have been required to go through the declaration of interest process anyway, which will be recorded. And that is updated fairly regularly depending on their particular tier of officer. I think what this is trying to deal with is where you don't have council officers or members on boards, potentially, which is an issue. But I would then say, at the moment, the will of council is not that they would be appointed at all. The will of council is that it's members who should not normally be appointed, and the default is supposed to be officers. So the will of council is at the moment is slightly different. So I just need to be alive to that. The second point I would make about Councillor Salmon's proposal is that there is, as Councillor says, there's a very clear line between, if you like, trying to find out information about somebody to make a recruitment decision and that being unlawful. It may reveal other things which then could expose the council to claims. So I think perhaps this needs to be clear exactly what it is they're trying to prevent. And for the voice of any doubt, to reg it, if council officers are already directors or are going to be appointed as directors, then they would have gone through that process of, if you like, vetting, and it would be registered with internal audit, depending on the level of officer. But the level of officer to be a director wouldn't be junior, and they should have gone through that vetting. I think we're dealing with when they're not an officer and they're not a member, and actually maybe the answer to that is that's by exception and then has to be approved by council. Or quite simply, the recommendation could be that any director, member or otherwise, has to go through the same internal audit declaration of interest process, which already exists and works very well.
So that's my preferences. I understand where you're coming from with this one, but I would support a separate recommendation saying that directors of council-owned companies must adhere to the same rules around declarations of interest as council officers, and leave it at that. Because I think it wouldn't be right for, if you've got a bunch of directors on a council-owned company, for some of them that have been appointed externally out of the blue to be held to a higher standard than council staff or councillors. So that's why I think it's not fair for some individuals recruited to be held to a higher standard than the rest of us. We should all be held to that high
Chair, if it
standard.
helps reassure Councillor Salmon and others, those declarations of interest come to myself anyway. Every single interest form comes to me before it goes, at the same time, I think, as the head of audit. So I see them, every single one done, I think, at tier 4 or above. So the monitoring officer already does see, and then it's handed, if there's any concerns, then it's discussed.
So I think I get the logic of using the kind of, they do what the councillors have to do in terms of declarations of interest. It's the of that bullet point list, it's the second one I'm really fussed about, which is the ongoing negotiations capable of creating future financial interest, which is just what Councillor Slade was mentioning, the rental of the building and so forth, because I don't think that is covered by the standards we have to adhere to as councillors. And I think I'm well up for going to the LGA, all of that. That's another thing I've said about using this almost as a case study of how things shouldn't be done. But until we've got that, I almost then is the ask that we increase the disclosure that councillors are asked to do. And by doing that, we're also doing what we would ask directors to do, or whatever the job title is. It's too long into this meeting for me. But yeah, can we do that? Can we beef up the declaration we have to make as councillors? Can we do that, or is that sat by the LGA? Is that a recommendation we can make?
And that's a question for officers. And I also would add to that a question around, is this for standards? It might be that this is something we refer to the standards committee and say, well, this is an example at your disposal for your work, looking at the work on kind of beefing up that.
So, just putting my other hat on for a minute, it's not for standards to do, it's for the regime of standards to do. And we were hoping that something would come in the devolution bill. It didn't. So therefore, I agree with you. We may formally, through you, ask you to write to standards to ask them to pass this to the LGA for the LGA to lobby in relation to standards processes. And also, the standards can't touch someone once they've gone, but actually there are other regimes that might.
So that's what I mean by standards. It strikes me that I know that the standards committee are engaging in consultation with the government around beefing up the standards framework, for want of a better word. And so as part of that, it might be that it's appropriate, if there is lobbying to the LGA, that it comes from the standards committee as part of that package of following up on things.
Shall I then make a recommendation, which I'm sure Councillor Sam will support, that we ask you to write formally to standards to do that? Councillor Salmon, you happy to second?
Yeah, I'm happy to second that.
And to be clear, that is to explore how does the declaration of interest regime capture ongoing negotiations capable of creating future financial interest, and as a second one, what can be done after individuals have left office. I know that those are issues on their agenda already, but I don't see any harm in adding that to what they lobby for, unless a monitoring officer would advise us otherwise between now and the writing of the letter. You don't have to answer right now, I think, on that. I think that's fair. Let's see the letter. Mrs. Sanad.
I got a bit confused by some tangent. Can I just ask whether councillors, I think I heard that councillors, and it obviously not relevant to this issue, but we did talk about staff completing the same form as councillors. Did I hear that correctly, or was that directors of the company?
So I think that's a second. So one is an action. We can just put it on the action tracker for the chair to write the letter, unless anybody has an issue with doing that. The proposed new recommendation is that council-owned TECL companies must abide by the same declaration of interest framework, for want of a better word, as council officers.
Chair, if I may, at the moment, the recommendations phrased with regard to directors. If you, we don't, so some of our tech companies have dozens and dozens of employees. Either I think the recommendation needs to be that all tech companies and their employees shall comply with the declaration of interest policy, or it's directors, because some of our building companies, you have a whole range of officers who were then being put into a regime which I think is probably unreasonable.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm happy to keep it as directors, but open to other views. I'm not sure who was first. Sorry.
So I would use whatever.
So is this one for the council to determine which employees must follow the declaration of interest policy? Because I think we agreed with 1 and 2 that it's the council decides that figure. So, so Nigel, point of correction.
Again, can I clarify? So we're talking here BCP Future Places directors. So executive directors and non-executive directors would be subject to that, what we've just talked about. Be clear that BCP Future Places had its own declaration of interest policy for its staff. So it said what declarations should be. So they, you know, they acquired that policy through a third party. They adopted it, and so they determine. Are we saying we want to see that and approve it, or do we want to? Yeah. So
is that then covered by the previous one where we said that the council make sure technical companies have council policies?
Exactly.
So it's already covered by that. But I still think there might be a value in drawing out that we think that, as a rule, directors of technical companies should adhere to the BCP. How about something like a declaration of interest policy at least as robust as that of BCP? So they could have a better one if they wanted, but it's got to be at least that level, something like that.
Chair, if I may, sorry, and I don't think Councillor Salmon meant it, but he was referring to the same declarations of interest policy for councillors. It's not the same. So councillors have particular statutory peculiar interest they must disclose. Now it's mirrored, but we need to be clear, if your recommendation is the same as councillors, that's not really, strictly speaking, the same that we have for officers. It's very similar, but it's a different regime, it's a different process. I think the simplest way to be, they're not councillors, they are employees effectively of the company, which is then owned by the council. So I think the simplest would be that it must mirror that of the council, employees and officers, yeah.
Fine. Why don't we just say that and say it's got to be this one that overrides the other one. Yeah. So okay. So the council-owned technical companies, directors of council-owned technical companies must adhere to the BCP Council Declaration of Interest Policy. Councillor Slade.
I'm sorry, Chair, you've gone back to directors, whereas I think I heard correctly that council employees above a certain grade, therefore they may be making purchasing decisions, commissioning decisions, things like that. So they have a senior role. At whatever grade we consider requires that level of declaration, should be the same as our TECL. So it's not just a director, but I think if a councillor is a director, then they will be subject to the councillor regime anyway. If they're an employee of the council, they'll be subject to the employee, and if they're not, then it should be equivalent. So if they're a low-level person, they're a refuse collector, they're not going to have to sign it, are they? But if they are running the refuse collections, they are.
Fine, I'm happy to amend it that way. Sam.
So again, to Councillor Slate, but there's not a differential with what people declare, if that makes sense. So the tier 4 and above people must make a declaration, even if it's a nil declaration. Anybody below tier 4 only have to make a declaration if they've got something to declare. So yeah, so a lot of junior below tier 4 staff don't have a declaration at all because they've got nothing to declare. Yeah.
I think the point is match it, but not just for directors. Match it.
Is it employees of? Yeah.
Pay grade, I think.
But if pay grade is already baked into policy, as Nigel just said, that the expectations are different at different levels, but the policy is still the same. What do you think?
Sorry, Chair, more rabbit holes. Employee is a particular statutory term. An independent contractor brought in, like we saw with Future Places, would not be an employee. So do you want to be expressly clear that it's any employee or councillor employed or otherwise engaged by the company? Otherwise you could, on the face of it, miss, because a rogue could say, well, yeah, but they're not employees.
What about making it like we did with the bonus scheme? The council has to agree which employees must adhere to the. So, like at the business case, the council could decide which employees would need to adhere to. Or I'm just trying to think of a simplest
Chair, I
wording.
think that would be unwieldy, because what happens if 3 years down the line comes back to council? I think it needs employees or anyone what's the word you just used? Otherwise engaged with.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'm just trying to match the 75 when it said the council may pick the figure. The council can set it out, but I like that wording. Okay, so companies. Where were we? Council-owned tech or companies must ensure that. What was the phrase you used?
And all employees.
All employees
or individuals otherwise engaged by.
or employees otherwise engaged by the company.
Employees or individuals otherwise engaged by.
The company must adhere to the BCP Council Declarations of Interest policy. All in favour say aye. Okay, good. And I'm writing a letter. Excellent. Right. 14. Council companies should physically locate as an office space in a council-owned property. The council must appropriately charge the company for that occupation. Any proposal to occupy third-party premises must be firstly approved by the shareholder advisory board and then full council. Yeah, I agree with that. Councillor Bartlett.
Are we doing that now for, PCP homes or Seascape or whatever? Is that policy at the moment?
Retrospective. The caveat might be Tricuro, because I need to clarify whether they are policies Tricuro really. The exception may be Tricuro, because I'll need to clarify whether Tricuro are occupying our buildings to deliver their services or whether they're owned by them.
The other point is, do we always necessarily want to do that? It might not be in the interest of the council
Unless otherwise agreed.
that you want to do it.
But surely then the shareholder advisory board could say, no, there's good reasons why not to. Right?
Trying to make the recommendation not be, one size fits all, but if there is an exception to that rule, then council and the shareholder advisory board have to agree it.
Must.
Any
But it does say must.
But it says any proposal to occupy third party must be firstly approved by shareholder. So we've got the option.
So it may be that we get some sort of proposal regarding an existing one. Did you want to make a proposal on that one? All right, I'm supportive of that. I'm just conscious we've been going on a while. Would anybody like a comfort break to have a drink and then finish the rest of them off? I'm happy to go with the will of others. Should we try and just push through? But I don't want anybody's in discomfort to. Fine. Right. Let's keep going. Right. 15. Any shareholder agreement should formally define the role of shareholder representative. Agree.
Yes.
Yes. 16. The council. Oh, sorry, Councillor Beasley.
Thank you, Chair. Wouldn't it be better if it read should formally define the role and responsibilities of? Because the role, I think, is a little vague, and I think one of the things that's been lacking throughout here is specifically the responsibilities.
I'd be happy to second that as an additional. Excellent. Okay, all in favour of that. Right. 16. The council should consider whether a reserved matter log be kept by the company secretary and/or commissioning team, which shows sequentially by date any reserved matter approval decisions and who or what council entity made the decision. And that seems very sensible. Yeah. I think Councillor Salmon, you had one on this one. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I hate myself for interrupting every time we're flying through this. I'd just get rid of essentially the consider whether, I just what I think it shouldn't be optional. I don't think it should be optional. That would be the first thing I want to hit.
So you're saying instead of the word should, it should be must.
Yes. Yeah. So it should be absolutely, they've got to do it. Bumpty do. Yeah. And then I've gone into some more detail on what that should contain, but I think that is probably trying to do too much. I'd be quite happy with just making it must rather than should for 16.
I'd be happy with that. So that's proposing the council must consider whether a reserved matter. Or we could just say the company must, the council must ensure a reserved matter log be kept by the company secretary and or commissioning team, which shows sequentially, and then carry the rest of it on. It's a slight difference, but it signifies as a committee how strongly we think about that. Do I have a seconder for that?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
an agreement for that?
Great.
Excellent. 17, an action plan be agreed by the shareholder advisory board to progress the governance reviews of council companies as agreed in respect of cabinet and audit and governance. The action plan should specifically include the plan to terminate councillors as company directors. Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of that. That was the recommendations made back in 2024. It was late 2024, and we're going to be getting a briefing on that later. Robin.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, just to be clear, there is no plan to terminate all councillors as company directors, because the will of the council was that they would not normally be appointed to boards as company directors, and there is a issue there which I'm raising with the shareholder advisory and operations board to say we don't know how we define that. So that there is no plan to terminate. That's wrong, but there is no plan to terminate those. We need to review what not normally is.
Thank you. That's helpful. Councillor Slade.
From a disclosure point of view, about a year ago, I did raise the fact that we had agreed that all councillors would be removed from the boards of all of the companies. And I then went on to say to this committee that that was in the process of happening. And then I returned to my next board meeting and remember saying to Matt, actually, to Mr. Filmer, why am I still on this? Because I thought the agreement was we weren't doing it. And then I was told by the leader that that had been paused because there needed to be a more in-depth review. So I do think we need to be really clear that it was the will of the council that we should no longer be them. Therefore, we would be terminating them. The problem is that that was 2 years ago now, and I think the council needs to decide whether or not that is still the case. So would it be appropriate, given that there's a report coming here in September, whether audit and governance should then make a further recommendation that actually says 2 years have passed, a decision was taken, for various reasons it didn't happen, this is now our recommendation based upon what we've learned.
Thank you. That is all useful context, Mr. Sanad.
I did some digging on this because it fooled me. Because the officer report to council said officers will not be on the board. Sorry, council at that meeting agreed to add not normally. So it was will of council to just add that wriggle room, and that's what Robin has just alluded to. So the shareholder advisory board need to discuss what that wriggle room looks like and why some councillors felt it necessary to put that in, and you know what boards might be appropriate and what boards might not be appropriate. You know, is Tricuro different to BBML or vice versa?
So I am minded to keep it as it is because it's still going to set out an action plan. That action plan may very well then say, well, actually, it's going to be some time because of these issues, whatever. I'm not sure. So see what you think, but I'm not sure that I feel like it's still appropriate for us to ascertain the plan there, even if there's good reasons for doing things differently.
Chair, unfortunately, this committee can't override the will of council. Will of council was quite clear. The council in particular who made that amendment and succeeded was quite clear in his view, rightly or wrongly, that there may be times when it is more appropriate to have a councillor on a board who might be a specialist and willing and have the time, rather than an officer who doesn't have specialist knowledge. So I don't think that can remain in. That's not correct. The will of council was not normally be appointed to. And it's not, there is no plan to terminate all councillors as company directors that I'm aware of. The will of council is different to say there is a plan to make sure that councillors are not normally appointed, but we have no clear guidelines on what we mean by not normally. So we have to go through each company director. This is the process, and consult with them as to whether or not they feel that it's normal for them to be on.
This one worries me because I'm not. It sounds like you're suggesting that we don't agree that recommendation in light of full council decision, but I'm quite conscious that external audit have made a recommendation that we have to get on with that, and I feel like this is a whole topic for us to understand better.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, that's the will of council. And external audit do know that. I've had a conversation with Jeanette Bill on the call about this very point, and she understands the issue. We can't override the will of council. It may well be you want to recommend that a paper is taken back to council, and for council to decide whether that remains as it is, or whether council then wants officers to consider what normally may be. That would probably, I think, be the appropriate recommendation to make. Otherwise, this committee is seeking to override what council decided was an appropriate amendment, and officers are interpreting that as that amendment as best they can, but it does encounter difficulty.
So it sounds like we need to make a proposal to go back to council, setting out, restating that recommendation and the reason. So I'm sorry, I'm not sure who was first. Councillor Tarling, I think, was first, then Councillor Beasley.
Thank you very much. I just suggesting that we remove the bit after the hyphen, because the first bit will be agreed by the shareholder advisory board. If that comes out with the removal of councillors following the consultation, then that's the action. I don't think we have to put in the specific part, because if the shareholder advisory board recommends the removal of councillors, then it's done. If it doesn't, then it stays, and that's, as Mr. Watson's just said, is the will of the council. And we don't have to follow the advice of our external auditors. They're there to comment, the same as our internal auditors. We are the council. We make the decisions, right or wrong. So I'd say if we remove the bit after the hyphen, that's probably enough. I mean, it takes the teeth out of it, but it doesn't really. It hides the teeth back inside the glass, really, doesn't it?
And I'm happy with that. So what we're doing is restating that recommendation, but removing the specific reference to the action plan. So it's a broader action plan progressing the findings of the governance review in 2024. I think my worry still stands about whether we're agreeing this, that can be our extra recommendation, but I think there's still a question about what we should do about this one.
You could delete the current after the hyphen and say the action plan should specifically include the role of councillors as company directors.
I'm happy with either of those, but it sounds. Am I right in thinking? So we're all adding new recommendations because we didn't want to sort of alter yours. Does this mean that you're recommending that we don't agree with that recommendation as written? Because we can have our own, but are you saying that because we were planning on agreeing on all the 18 recommendations plus ours?
Your Chair, to be clear, the point is, I don't think you can't recommend the action plan that includes to terminate all councillors, company directors can be put in play, because officers can't do that because they have the will of council to follow. I think what can be done is the action plan should specifically include the shareholder advisory board to report within a certain time back to you which members they are seeking to remove from council boards, because the way this must be done is through consultation. There may be plenty of members who are over the moon to be withdrawn at any time possible from boards, but there will be others potentially who say, no, I think I'm suitable to be here and I want to be on it. If that fails, then it may well be we have to go back to council to say this isn't working. So I think you can require or recommend strongly that the shareholder advisory board gets on with consulting with directors or comes up with a plan somehow to remove councillors from, to not have councillors on boards and this is part of the problem where it's not normal to do so. But it's something you could just require the board to get on and with the plan it's doing.
Oh, can we just say that the Shareholder Advisory Board updates the Audit and Governance Committee on its plans with respect to governance review, council and companies within the next 6 months, and they have to present to this, and this will obviously come out of that. That's just more of a kind of catch-all way of doing it than specifying the action plan. I don't know if anyone has any views. Otherwise, we're going to say an alternative recommendation, which is an action plan be agreed by the Shareholder Advisory Board to progress the governance reviews of council and companies as agreed in respect of cabinet and audit and governance. The action plan should specifically include the role of councillors as company directors. Just agree with that instead.
Yeah, I think that losing the will to live over this discussion. But I think we need to say it, but we mustn't forget the reason why that's there. It's because we had 2 senior members of the cabinet running future places from the start. That's why that's there. We shouldn't forget that.
Why don't we specify? Why don't we add then? Actually, that's a fair point. So that there's might be reasons for not normally doing it for existing council owned companies. Why don't we say for any future council owned companies? There should not be. You think that wouldn't apply?
Sorry, Chair, I think you got it right with the role of councillors. I think you were there. I don't think, I think I seconded that motion and I agreed it. I didn't hear anybody say not. So I'm happy that we stick at the role of councillors as company directors.
I'm happy with with that, and I think that is a good replacement for that one. But I do think there is a question about whether or not we go further and say, no, we feel strongly about this for any future companies. We understand it's complicated for existing ones, but if we feel strongly about future ones, we can make a specific recommendation on that. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, I think Councillor Bartlett mentioned it. I mean, his objection was to 2 members that already had power in as part of the authority. In our committees, we purposely don't have. Obviously, we don't have cabinet members in our overview and scrutiny committees. For that reason.
That's a fair
so I think, but again, we don't want to be too prescriptive in this statement. I do think you're right with the role of councillors, company directors, and leave it to the board. We appoint these boards to make decisions. We don't have to be that prescriptive as to what they need to decide.
I think I feel more strongly on this one than I thought I did, because I think that we do have that ability to state what we think should happen in the future, and I don't know why we would pass that up. I mean, obviously, any future council could override our will now, but our will at the moment is that a future council shouldn't have councillors on it. I mean, I'd be happy to be less and say maybe it shouldn't have cabinet members, if that's what you're concerned about. But right now, I do find it hard to see why, why we wouldn't be comfortable saying that. I mean, I remember the external assurance review I'm looking at here did pick out specifically about how concerned it was about having councillors on the board. It's not a small concern. Other thoughts, Councillor Slade?
I hear what's been said about how council took a different decision. Took a different decision a while ago. It thought it had taken one decision. It appears to have taken a different decision, and everybody thought it had taken the first one. But time has passed. This review has been done. This review should inform the recommendations of this committee to go back to council, and I don't see why it shouldn't make a recommendation for existing and future ones, recognising that there may be, discussions to be had, but by default, the default position is that it's not appropriate for councillors, because how on earth can you scrutinise something if you are the director? Because as we've said before, if you're a director if I'm the director of Seascape Group, I have to think what's in the interest of Seascape Group, even if that's directly opposite to what's in the best interest of the council. You can't separate those two things. It's not physically possible. So surely we should be going back to council and making that point collectively at a council meeting and going, whoever it was that thought we should do this, help us understand where your mind is, because our mind's in a very different place. And I don't see, it's beyond 6 months since that decision was made, so we can ask for it to be made again.
I was just going to suggest, in the interest, could we make this? This sounds to me, I don't know enough about this, and maybe when we're having the briefing on council and companies, maybe in the action tracker we can say to revisit this whole topic then. Please, Manager.
Whichever helps. I think, as I said, perhaps it wasn't clear. You can recommend that council changes its view. You can bring something to council that says that this isn't working. The officer's saying there's an inherent problem here. That is possible. Or you could require the shareholder advisory board within a very short space of time to give a report either back to this committee or to council with the issues it's finding that needs to say to council this isn't working or it is working. To be clear as well, it isn't just councillors who have conflicts of interest. So employees, as a matter of contract and implied, have in their best interest, have to act in the best interests of their employer, which is BCP Council, which is the shareholder. When they sit as a director, it's no different to them and a councillor. So you're not resolving the issue of conflict of interest. The officers have exactly the same problem, and they report that problem as much as councillors do. The difference is that we have to have humans on boards of companies to run the company. And it's the decision of council whether or not that should be officers, or whether it should only be officers, or whether it should be never councillors or just councillors sometimes. So it doesn't resolve the problem. It means councillors don't have the problem if you remove councillors, but this still means there's going to be inherent conflicts sometimes, because the statutory duty under the Companies Act is for a director to act in the interest of the company at all times. And with their employee hat, they have to act in the interest of the employer.
Fine. So we've already agreed to replace 17 with an alternative wording that makes it about the role. So we're all agreed with that. Shall we postpone discussion of going any further than that until the briefing on council and companies in September? Does anybody want to make a proposal? Make a proposal to add that now? Councillor Slade, did you want to make a proposal to add that now, or are you happy to wait until we have the briefing on council and companies? And
I am content to do it in September, but to be clear, it's been my position from the beginning, and having been the chair of it, I feel even stronger now than I did 2 years ago.
That's noted. So can we put on the action tracker that at that point in time we'll reconsider making recommendations to council? Fine. Right. Last one. Shareholder Advisory Board and Shareholder Operations Board meetings, 3 times per year, a minimum, to be added to the corporate calendar. Yeah, I think that's great. I think the implementation of that is a very positive thing, and formalising those meetings is a good step forward. Do we have consensus on that last one? Excellent. Now what? Quarter to 10. Councillor Salmon.
I mean, I've got 2 more motions, and actually I've got some more stuff I'd want to discuss. On top of these, I wonder if we adjourn. I can't keep going at 10 o'clock. My brain isn't firing. Can we adjourn and pick this back up another time? Or do we have to try and style this out into the wee hours?
I am anxious about adjourning. I think it's really important that we have legal advice for this. We will have a new. We will have. I can imagine this taking some time before a new monitoring officer would feel in a place to advise on this, and I don't want this kind of getting kicked into the long grass. So I'd be quite keen for us to vote on these, and then we could, if you wanted to, then consider subsequently. But let's not leave these hanging. But we've got 10 minutes. Let's try and finish at 10. So your third motion relates to instructing the chair to. I won't read it all out. I'll just summarise it. So it's instructing the chair to write to MPs in the area, Secretary of State, the chair of the relevant House of Commons Select Committee, basically saying, look at our report, look what we've done. Please.
You're moving the motion without a seconder. So Councillor Salmon really needs to have a seconder before you move it. If there's no seconder, you can't move the motion.
Fine. I was just reading it out for the public, but we can't move on without debate. But let me find out. Do you have a seconder for it?
To be an absolute nightmare, before we get on to motion 3, I was going to say I love all of these recommendations. I was just going to say, what is our thing on checking that they've been done after this meeting? Is that something baked in? Because we make all these recommendations, they go to council, they go to cabinet. Can we put, we are going to review progress on these in 6 months' time or something like that? Yeah, that's it. And then, yeah, let's get to motion 3 then. So, yeah, motion 3 is...
Should we just come back on that point about the assurance? Ms. Stanley, if you want to make clear what the plan is for follow-up on those.
Sorry, I won't repeat that.
I found it. It says the A&G committee will monitor the implementation of the report recommendations, utilising the agreed methodology for high recommendations. So that's in the implementation by the due date, the next available committee. Lead officers will be invited to the committee to explain any slipped or non-implemented recommendations. So it's going to be incorporated into the internal audit framework for following up on recommendations. All right, so motion 3, this is about writing to various people, letting them know what we've done and some other parts. But before we go on, do you have a seconder for this one?
Yeah, I'd ask for a seconder, and I think I'd throw in the LGA as well. I think Councillor Slade mentioned that when we were talking about one of the bits earlier. I can't remember which one it was, but I think, yeah, we go look at this big mess to all these people and go, much as we can make changes to our internal processes, ultimately it needs the processes that sit above them to be tightened up. I'm happy to read it out, but it's been emailed around to all of you.
So my initial response on that is I would be happy to put on the action tracker that I'm happy to sort of email the report to the local MPs. I mean, I know my MP is I've been keeping him close to it already. My concern about the rest of it is that I would feel a bit embarrassed doing it, to be honest, because of the big picture of basically how big a deal this is, to put it bluntly. I mean, the external auditor has done pieces on these thematic reviews on all sorts of similar problems around the country, and the reviews finding out about it. So this is something that's well on the radar of the LGA and the Secretary of State. These kind of these thematic issues. So I would struggle to articulate anything new about this compared to other councils. I mean, I was looking the other day, was it Croydon lost, I think, 68 million and a similar thing. I just feel like in the big picture, I don't feel like at an but I'd be happy to write to anybody it's just as part of the usual course of events. Councillor Slade.
Recognising that there's no seconder, if you need me to say I'll second it temporarily so we can discuss it and then rule it out, I'm happy to do that. This motion, look, Councillor Salmon, I love you to pieces, but this doesn't make any sense at all. I think instructing the chair to write to all members of Parliament, the Secretary of State, the Select Committee, and then demanding a written response within 12 weeks about what ministerial action they're going to pursue is not how the system works. It might be how you might want the system to work, but it isn't. I might suggest that, I mean, I agree about the reputational issue. One of the reasons why I was uncomfortable, and I'm reflecting what our member of the public said earlier, uncomfortable about keeping on digging into this hole, is that this council has moved on from Future Places and is working hard to build its reputation and to bring in investment and to grow its economy, and continuing to take it back to a place going, look how dreadful we were a few years ago, isn't helpful. I think that the suggestions that we made earlier about the specific recommendations, the two big things we talked about, one was around the recruitment, but then that was how that we fixed that with this, because that's what this council did wrong. The second one is around the standards issue, which we know the LGA is already looking at. So I would prefer if we asked the chair to raise this with the MP, ask the chief executive and leader to update the MPs in their next MP leader chief exec meeting, and ask those MPs if they could look to what legislation is coming down the line that would help councils, because there is legislation that comes through and we can submit amendments, but there's not a chance in hell I am going to embarrass this council by standing up in Parliament and demanding regulations that would damage this council. That's not what MPs are there to do. They're there to work hand in glove to support the council and improve the local area. And I think this could unintentionally cause real damage and risk us getting future investment from this government or a future government in the next few years. So I would be uncomfortable, but I do see where it's coming from in good intent.
And I should be clear when I say I'd
Can
be.
I ask Councillor Slade if she'd like to withdraw her seconding now?
Oh, only.
And let me clarify, it was not intended to be derogatory to say I'd be embarrassed. I think what I mean is I don't feel like I have I know specifically enough what legislation changes I'd be wanting to propose in such that I don't feel like I would be able to write a letter on the back of that. But how about instead I take as an action that I write to all of the BCP MPs, I offer to meet with them, I offer to attend the briefing, and if anyone would like to feed in any specific changes to legislation that they think I should draw their attention to in that, I'd be happy to do that. Nothing stands out to me at the moment that isn't kind of general systemic issues that they'll know about. But if there's anything specifically that you had in mind in that that you'd like to kind of raise, please do email.
Yes, I think my issue is that all of the safeguards we've put in and all of these recommendations could be overturned by full council. You know, we could have a council in 10 years' time who are hell-bent on doing something stupid again. And the only way to safeguard against that, I think, is nationally led reform. I don't see another lever beyond that, and I don't see a way to start pulling that lever that isn't engagement with the MPs. And I'm happy to hear that there are maybe better ways of doing it. Yeah, so if the way to do it would be, sorry, I have to think it all out loud now because I'm knackered. The way to do it is there is the regular briefing with the MPs, and you're saying at that regular briefing with the MPs, they say, yo, here is the legislative fixes that would address potentially the issues you've had with Future Places and all of the other things that have gone wrong like this up and down the country, yeah? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and I'd be happy to say to them, look, if you want to talk about it in detail, understand the various issues, if you have any ideas for where you think there might be a legislative solution, please let me know and we'll feed into that. But we're not in a position to say what those are currently. If anyone has any thoughts on that, the one that does occur to me is that declaration regime, which we've already touched on. Councillor Slade.
So just to try and help the situation is, MPs won't be able to tell you what legislation is the right legislation. That's A, not their role, and B, that's not how they operate. However, what you can do, what any member of the public can do, is to actually probably even ask ChatGPT or Copilot or whoever else you want, what piece of legislation might this come under, and ask your MP to submit some questions around what the government is proposing to do. And that is the way that MPs get things changed, because till you know whether there's legislation coming down the line, you don't know what legislation it is that you might be able to tap into. So my suggestion is that if the chair were to ask the chief exec if she could come and brief the MPs next time they have one of their regular meetings, and actually say, look, can we get a House of Lords Commons briefing on what legislation might be, and ask the MPs if they can move things forward and report back in due course. That, I think, would be a fair request rather than the demand, because I don't think MPs can be required to do anything by a council.
Yeah, so I'm happy to take that as an action to make sure they're fully briefed, they understand, and if anyone, and we can feed in any areas that could be explored there. Councillor Tully.
Yeah, well, I think Councillor Slade withdrew her seconding. So, you know, we're having a debate about a motion that now doesn't have a seconder. I don't agree with anything here, because if for example we decided we were going, you know, the electorate elect a completely different set of councillors next year, and then in 3 years' time a whole set of new MPs, whether we like it or not, Councillor Salmon, that's the will of the people, and that's the democracy that we're in. It would make anything that we say absolutely superfluous. And I take Councillor Slade's point that it is really, you know, like dancing around and saying, look, our trousers have fallen down in front of everybody. I'm not about to do that. I think we've done our duty in this report. We do need to draw a line on it. We are not the same council as we were sort of 3-4 years ago. Yeah, we've come on, and I think the fact that we had our best value notice withdrawn, I think is testament to that. This is where it all started from. Well, no, it started before then, but it was the real sort of the zenith of the whole issue there. I think we've moved on. Thanks.
All right, so we are at 10 o'clock. I'm conscious that you have another item for the agenda, but I think what we would want to, what that would relate to what I see as next steps. So I don't think that should hold us back from agreeing what's in the proposal now, so that that's done and drawn a line under, and then we can kind of consider from there if you wanted to hold a future meeting, hold another exchange like that. Shall I propose therefore that we vote on that, on the recommendations in that forward paper, so that that's done. This can become these are our formal sign-off recommendations, and then go from there. How would that sit with you?
Yeah, that makes sense. So what I've put in motion for, essentially, we will discuss at the next meeting of Audit and Governance as next steps, rather than right now where we're just talking about this report and we just vote on, are we happy with the recommendations of this report? Yes, we are. And all of the stuff I've put in motion for, we can discuss at a subsequent meeting. Just because we're not discussing it tonight, arguably it doesn't even fit tonight. Yep, I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that.
The only caveat is whether it could be the next meeting, because that would, there are some complications around that. So I think to discuss next steps properly, we will need advice, and I think we just need to discuss separately how best to do that. Does that make sense? Do you want to come in there?
Yeah, just to be clear, Chair, I think for the minute, so if you are deferring motion 4 to the next meeting, or the meeting to be decided, that needs to be documented, but as you said, motion 4 would have to be an exempt session, as would have motion 1 unamended. It might be something Councillor Salmon wants to raise to officer specifically as a question, instead of, because this motion is going to hang over, so I think you need to be clear what you're doing. Is it being withdrawn? Are you going to deal with it at the next meeting, in which case that needs to be exempt, and you're still going to have the same problem, which then the monitoring officer will have to give advice in that exempt session, or is it easy you get a report from the monitoring officer in advance?
I'm happy to withdraw it, and me and you can have a back and forth on something that I can suggest, but doesn't. Oh yeah, God. Yeah.
All right. So Councillor Salmon has kindly withdrawn motion 4, and then we'll discuss separately with officers how to proceed with what we would like to achieve with that. So that is withdrawn, and there will be a separate offline discussion with officers about how best to go about next steps in that respect. Right. So with that in mind, it is recommended that A&G committee 1 notes the chair's forward statement set out in Appendix 1, which pulls together a wraparound overview of what the committee has considered through the investigation. 2 notes the internal audit-led investigation findings report for scope areas 1 to 8 set out in Appendix 2. 3 recommends to Council the 18 recommendations made within the internal audit-led investigation report and adds any other recommendations that may result from perspectives received from stakeholders. I think that as in us today. And 4 agrees the investigation process initiated by the A&G committee is concluded. I think that captures the wording of that captures the extra recommendations we've agreed today. Councillor Slade.
On that final one, if there is a next steps, does that if we're agreeing that this is concluded, if I was to read this is concluded, I would think there were no next steps. But I think you've just made a commitment for some next steps.
No, so that he's going to have a discussion about what he wants to do next with respect to your goals, but that's different from saying that the investigation gets extended. I think that's useful to let's just wrap this up, and then if we want to do something, fine.
I'm happy to second that.
Excellent. All in favour, say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against and abstaining.
Make a point, Chair, if I may, that you're taking all 4 of these recommendations together, and I am abstaining. If you took them separately, I might vote against one of them. But I think the substantive within the work that we've been discussing over the internal audit recommendations is more significant for the council, and therefore I'm abstaining because you're doing it as a composite.
Thank you. I mean, I'm happy to take them separately if you prefer. If you would like to propose that we take them separately, I'd be happy.
It's completely up to you, Chair. You're in charge.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, I think we voted.
I think we've voted, but I think it's noted that you disagree with what that you would vote against one of them, but you're supportive of the work that's done today, so that's appreciated. Right. With that, the meeting is concluded. Thank you, everyone, and everyone joining online and watching.